The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Institute for Apprenticeships and Technical Education, transfer of functions, etc. Bill Lord's second reading.
No.
The reasoned amendment in the name of Sollom has been selected. A minister to move second reading. I call the minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the bill be now read a second time. We are a country of incredible talent and enterprise, a country of industry and invention. Our universities lead the world. Our colleges deliver excellence to hundreds of thousands up and down the country. British companies founded on great ideas export their products across the globe. Our strengths range from research to manufacturing, professional services to creative industries. Yet there remains a wide and growing gap between where we are now and what I know our great country is capable of. Because despite our many strengths, there are skills missing from our workforce. Skills missed by people who want to get on in life, to get better training, to land that great job, to earn a decent living. Skills missed by our employers, businesses, hospitals, labs, factories held back. Skills missed by so many of our communities, towns and cities left behind as industries moved on. Skills missed by our country, skills vital for the security and growth that this Labour government is so determined to deliver. Our latest data shows us that 500,000 vacancies sit empty simply because employers struggle to find the right staff with the right skills. The most since we started collecting data in 2011. 500,000 jobs not filled, 500,000 careers not boosted, 500,000 opportunities not taken. A tragic waste this country simply cannot afford. But I'm sorry to say it's not surprising. We've fallen behind our neighbours on higher technical qualifications, the ones that sit just below degree level, but which can lead to well-paid, fulfilling careers as a software developer or a civil engineering technician or a construction site supervisor. And then there are basic digital skills, which over 90% of employers value in their job candidates, but which more than 7 million adults lack. Our skills gaps deal our people and our country a double blow. They hold back the economic growth we need to invest in our public services and to drive national prosperity. And they hold back the ambitions of working people, who deserve the chance not just to get by, but to get on. It denies them the opportunity, the power, the freedom to choose the life that they want to live. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. Would she agree with me that one of the difficulties is that employers cannot spend the money of the apprenticeship level easily, and too much of that money is retained by the Treasury? And would she undertake to speak to the Chancellor to see whether she could make it easier for employers to spend that money on training?
I can assure the honourable gentleman that the Chancellor is as committed as I am to making sure that we have the right skills within the economy, because without that we will not be able to deliver the economic growth that is the #1 mission of this Labour government. But we are committed to reforming the failing apprenticeship levy, reforming the system, converting it into a growth and skills levy with more flexibility for employers. And as a first step, this will include shorter duration and foundation apprenticeships in targeted sectors, making sure that we're working more effectively with employers in order for our economy to grow. I will give way to the right honourable gentleman.
And I welcome this commitment to skills that she's articulating. But will she recognise that too often the advice given to young people, particularly from schools, is to pursue an academic career, and I use the word academic in the loosest possible sense, rather than to engage in practical learning? That means that whilst the shortages she describes are profound, there are also many people who are graduates in non-graduate jobs owing a lot of money with pretty useless degrees.
I was almost on the point of saying that I agreed with much of what the right honourable gentleman had to say, and then unfortunately he went and ruined it at the end with that comment about the value of university education and of having the chance to gain I'd agree. Where I do share common cause with him is that I want to make sure that all young people have a range of pathways available to them, including fantastic technical training routes, including through apprenticeships, but also making sure that young people with talent and ability are also able to take up a university course if that is the right path and the right choice for them. And as we were recently just celebrating National Apprenticeships Week, I took the opportunity to see across the country some of the fantastic routes that are available in areas like construction and nuclear, with really wonderful job opportunities and careers where young people are able to make fantastic progress. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. I had the opportunity to visit Harlow College during Apprenticeship Week, and I can really reflect on the points that she's making. Would she agree with me that if we are to achieve the new homes targets that we really want to achieve and get people off the street and into homes, that we need to train those apprenticeships now, and that the Skills England can be part of that future?
I agree with my honourable friend, and I know how much he champions in his constituency of Harlow and across this House the opportunities for young people to have the chance to take on new skills, including through apprenticeship routes. And where it comes to construction in particular, he's right, there are fantastic opportunities that are out there. And what was so heartening through some of the visits I was able to take part in during National Apprenticeships Week was to see the fantastic contribution that women also play in construction, breaking down some of those stereotypes that exist about the right opportunities that are there, and to meet with some amazing engineering apprentices and amazing bricklaying apprentices too, women who are really trailblazing in an industry that is often very male-dominated. And I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way. On the subject of construction, does she agree with me that a huge amount of the construction industry is made up of small employers? And one of the biggest failings of the apprenticeship levy approach has been SMEs have been shut out. We've had a 50% reduction in the number of SMEs offering apprenticeships since the introduction of the levy. Can she tell us about how she's going to increase the number of SMEs that are able to offer apprenticeship? If the major employers are the ones who have all the budget, how do we ensure that we increase the number of SME apprenticeships? Yeah.
My honourable friend, who has had a long-standing interest in this area and has consistently raised the challenges faced by small businesses, but also the opportunities that are there to create more apprenticeship starts and more training routes for people across our country. One of the changes that we set out during National Apprenticeships Week was around the maths and English requirements for adult apprentices, which I think will make a big difference to employers large and small, and was welcomed by business. But he is right to identify there is much more that is needed to support smaller employers and often small contractors to take on apprentices, and that's the work that Skills England will drive forward, and that's why the bill today is such a crucial development. Madam Deputy Speaker, the skills gaps that we face in our country, they deny people the opportunity, the power, the freedom to choose the life that they want to live. But it's not just today that we count the cost. It limits our power to shape the careers, the economy, the society of tomorrow as well. Because only with the right skills can people take control of their futures. And only with the right skills system can we drive the growth that this country needs. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's time this country took skills seriously again. No longer an afterthought, now at the centre of change. No longer a nice to have, now a driving force for opportunity. No longer neglected, now a national strength. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is much to celebrate. Plenty of colleges go above and beyond. Plenty of employers ready to contribute. Plenty of people eager to upskill. But our system needs reform. Because too many people have been sidelined, left without the skills to seize opportunity. 1 in 8 young people not in employment, education or training. We can and we must do more to break down the barriers to learning that too many people still face. We need a system firing on all cylinders, and I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair, for the Secretary for giving way. That figure in Stoke-on-Trent is even more stark. It's 22% of young people are not in education, employment or training. We have a wonderful ecosystem of colleges, Stoke Sixth Form College, Stoke College and the University of Staffordshire, but we also have, as the honourable friend from Chester said, small and medium organisations. So can she set out how this bill will help organisations like the Spark Group, run by Dan Canavan, to tap into the opportunities that he can then get to spread his ability to help those young people into well-paid jobs in my community?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend who also names a fantastic business in his constituency and the contribution that they make. There is a lot more that we need to do to support smaller employers to be in a stronger position to benefit from apprenticeships. What this bill will do is bring together the many disparate parts of what is a very fragmented system, where often employers, particularly smaller employers, say they find it very hard to navigate the right way through, hard to navigate the system, and aren't always clear about the best training and qualification routes in order to find the people that they need. But also the changes that we have made around English and maths in particular will allow employers, will support employers to create 10,000 additional apprenticeships every single year. This was a call that we heard loud and clear from employers, a simple, straightforward change that will open up opportunities for people across our country, that will still mean they have the English and maths standards as part of their apprenticeship, but no longer held back by some of the red tape that has denied them the chance to get on in life. Madam Deputy Speaker, the skills system that we have right now is one that is too fragmented, too confusing, too tangled up across too many organisations. No single source of truth, no single organisation able to zoom out and see the big problems. No single authority able to bring the sector together to solve them. The result is a system that amounts to less than the sum of its parts. For young people, it can be hard to know where the opportunities lie. For adults looking to upskill or reskill, working people hoping for a fresh start, too often they are met with confusion, not clarity, presented with a muddling mix of options when what they really need are clear pathways to great careers. It's no better for employers. They tell us the system is difficult to navigate, slow to respond. They tell us that they are too often shut out of course design, their voices too often not heard. The result is frustration. Learners are frustrated, employers are frustrated, and Madam Deputy Speaker, they are right to be frustrated. Many businesses do a good job of investing in the skills of their workforce, but others simply aren't spending enough. Investment is at its lowest since 2011, just half the EU average. We must empower businesses to reverse this trend, to invest in their employees, and for that we need to move forward. There will always remain a strong and galvanising role for competition, now and always. But where it is harmful, where it adds complexity, where it duplicates efforts or twists incentives, we will balance competition with supportive coordination to make sure that all parts of the system are pulling in the right direction. So here's our vision, Madam Deputy Speaker, and here is the change that we need. From sidelined to supported, a system that supports everyone, so that businesses can secure the skilled workforce that they need. From fragmented to coherent, a system defined by clear and powerful pathways to success. And towards effective coordination, a system of partnership with everyone pulling together towards the same goals. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the change that Skills England will oversee. This Labour government is a mission-led government with a plan for change. And skills are essential to Labour's missions to drive economic growth and to break down the barriers to opportunity. But in fact, they go way beyond that. Skills training contributes across our society, and great skills training, driven by Skills England, supported by my department, guided by the wisdom of colleges, universities, businesses, mayors and trade unions, directed by national priorities and local communities. That's the skills system we need, the system that will drive forward all of our missions. It will help us to fix our NHS, to create clean energy, to deliver safer streets. Skills are the fuel that will drive a decade of national renewal, vital for our plan for change. That's why earlier this month, we unveiled our plans to support thousands more apprentices to qualify every year. More people with the right skills in high-demand sectors, from social care to construction and beyond. We've listened to what businesses have told us. We'll shorten the minimum length of apprenticeships and put employers in charge of decisions on English and maths requirements for adults. And in November last year, this government announced £140 million of investment in home-building skills hubs. When fully up to speed, these hubs will deliver more than 5,000 fast-track apprenticeships a year, helping to build the extra homes the people of this country desperately need. We're driving change for our skills system, and Skills England is leading the charge. It will assess the skills needed on the ground, at regional and national level, now and in the years to come. And where skills evolve rapidly, where new and exciting technologies are accelerating, from AI to clean energy, Skills England will be ready to give employers the fast and flexible support that they need.
Will she give way on that point?
I will give way.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way on that point. I represent the constituency of Bournemouth East, a coastal community, and coastal communities have been forgotten over the last 14 years almost as much as the skills agenda. In my constituency, Bournemouth and Poole College, led by Phil Sales, is doing incredible work, and in April they're about to open the Green Energy Construction Campus, which will enable solar, heat pump and rainwater capture skills to be taught to apprentices and trainees. Would she join me in congratulating Bournemouth and Poole College, and would she also agree that colleges such as Bournemouth and Poole College are critical to achieving clean power by 2030?
Yeah. I'm delighted to hear my honourable friend's experience from Bournemouth. Our colleges are a crucial part of how we will make sure that we have the skills that we need in our economy, but how we will drive forward on our agenda around clean energy. And he is also right to identify the enormous opportunities that come in terms of jobs and growth and training opportunities, as well as, crucially, the imperative that comes of ensuring that we have stability and security of our energy supply, so that never again are we so exposed to the fluctuations of energy markets which we saw through the invasion of Ukraine. And I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you very much for giving way. And I'd amplify the valuable skills that our colleges are teaching in the renewable technologies. I recently visited South Thames College in Wandsworth, where I saw their labs that they've got set up teaching installation of heat pumps and other renewable technologies. Although the main challenge the colleges are finding is staff to teach the classes and to take on the apprentices and the all of the other learners there. What support will government give to colleges to ensure that they can recruit the teachers, recruit the experienced individuals to pass on those skills to the apprentices, so that we can provide the workforces that we so dearly need?
The honourable gentleman is right about the challenges that are faced across the FE sector, and sadly this is a challenge that we all of us see too well after 14 years of failure under the Conservatives. We do recognise the enormous opportunity that comes of investing in our fantastic colleges, and that's why at the budget we announced an extra £300 million of additional revenue for further education and £300 million of new capital investment. That also builds on our investment to extend targeted retention incentive payments of up to £6,000 after tax to eligible early career FE teachers in key subject areas, because our FE sector will have a crucial role to play in our mission around growth and opportunity, and he is right to draw attention to that. Madam Deputy Speaker, Skills England will be ready to give employers the fast and flexible support that they need. Where updates to courses in the past have been sluggish, left behind by new technology, this bill will help us to keep up with the pace of change. Skills England will draw on high-quality data. It will design courses that are demand-led and shaped from the ground up by employers. And employers should be in no doubt theirs will be a critical role in course design and delivery. That's why I've appointed Phil Smith to chair Skills England. Phil brings a wealth of business expertise from his 2 decades leading Cisco, ensuring employers are at the heart of Skills England. And I've appointed Sir David Bell as Vice Chair, drawing on his wealth of experience across education and Whitehall. And I've also appointed Tessa Griffiths and Sarah McLean as Chief Executive on a job share basis, with Gemma Marsh as Deputy. Strong, independent leadership to move the skills system forward. Skills England will be held accountable by an independent board, and the bill itself requires a report to be published and laid before Parliament, setting out the impact on technical education and apprenticeships of the exercise of the functions in this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, the clear relationship between the Department and Skills England is governed by a public framework document, which will be published for all to see. A core constitutional document produced in line with guidance from the Treasury, making clear the different roles of my department and Skills England. Skills England will reach across the country, not trapped in Whitehall, but spreading to every town and to every city. Because growth and employment must benefit every part of the country, not just where it's easy to drive growth. That means being ambitious, especially in areas that have been overlooked for decades. Because talent and aspiration are no less present in those places. Skills England will drive coordinated action to meet regional and national skills needs at all levels and in all places. It will work closely with mayoral strategic authorities and local and regional organisations. And it will connect with counterparts in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland too. Skills England will simplify the system, combining functions within one powerful body. pulling together the disparate strands, government departments, local leaders, colleges, universities, training providers, weaving them into a coherent offer for businesses and learners alike. To see why the skills revolution is so important for growth, why it is so important that we take skills seriously again, look no further than the UK's stalling productivity over the last decade and a half, dragging down our economy and cutting off hopes of higher incomes for workers. The skills system is central because despite all its problems, the expansion of workforce skills drove a third of average annual productivity growth between 2001 and 2019. So here we have a chance. Here we see what's at stake. If we get this right, if we invest in our people, if we back Skills England, we can drive productivity and get economic growth back on track. And at the same time, we can give working people power and choice, because that's what good skills can offer. The chance to take control of your career, to take advantage of the opportunities our economy will create. That's why Skills England will work to support the forthcoming industrial strategy, unveiled by the Chancellor last November. The next phase of its work will provide further evidence on the strategy's eight growth-driving sectors: advanced manufacturing, clean energy, the creative industries, defence, digital, financial services, life sciences and professional and business services, and added to that, two more: construction and healthcare. Skills England will work closely with the Industrial Strategy Council, who will monitor the strategy's progress against clear objectives. I will give way.
I'm grateful to her giving way again. She's speaking incredibly powerfully and passionately about the role of Skills England, and I absolutely share her commitment and excitement about that. But as she knows, this is the IfATE bill that abolishes IfATE rather than actually create Skills England. There were those who believed that Skills England being on a statutory footing as an independent body rather than within the department might have been the way to go. Can she just explain to the House why she's taken the approach that she has and why, how she believes Skills England as a body within her department rather than as a truly independent body will have that sort of strength and respect in this sector that is so badly needed?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll set out the reason primarily, and then I'll say a little bit, if I may, about the way in which Skills England will operate. Firstly, the need to do it in this way is one of time and speed. Hopefully, as I've set out to the House today, the need to act is urgent. We've got to get on with this, make sure that we are tackling the chronic skills shortages that we see right across our country. There is no time to waste, and this government is determined to drive opportunity and growth in every corner of our country, and further delays to that will hold back not just growth, but opportunities too. Where it comes to the function of Skills England and how it will operate, Skills England will be an executive agency of the Department for Education. It will have the independence it needs to perform its role effectively with a robust governance and accountability framework, with a chair who brings enormous wealth of experience from business. A strong, independent board, chaired by Phil Smith, will balance operational independence with proximity to government. It will operate in the same way that many executive agencies already operate, such as the DVLA. But as with any new arm's-length body, in the next 18 to 24 months, we will review how Skills England is functioning to consider whether it still exists within the best model. That is entirely in keeping with the way in which arm's-length bodies are routinely considered by the government. I'm surprised that members opposite are surprised, because that is simply how these things are done, and they know that all too well. But if they are content to allow drift and delay, then they will hold back opportunity for people across our country. They will hold back the demand that businesses rightly lay at our door to get on with the job of creating the conditions in which they can deliver more apprenticeship starts, more opportunities, more chances to learn and to upskill. Madam Deputy Speaker, Skills England will work closely with the Industrial Strategy Council, as I said, who will monitor the strategy's progress against clear objectives. The Skills England chair will have a permanent seat on the council, and this really matters. By 2035, there will be at least 1.4 million new jobs. Our clean energy mission will rely on talented people with the expertise to power our greener future. The pace of technological change, including AI, is accelerating, and it brings huge opportunities for our economy. But to seize these opportunities, firms need a ready supply of people with the right skills. We will nurture homegrown talent in all regions so that people have the skills that they need for these exciting jobs of the future. Skills England will work with the Migration Advisory Committee to make sure that training in England accounts for the overall needs of the labour market and to reduce some sectors' reliance on labour from abroad. And I'll give way to my own friend.
I do thank the Secretary of State for being so generous with the time, and I absolutely support her ambition to make sure that we have the skills for those jobs of the future. Could she say a little bit, though, about how Skills England will support those foundational manufacturing industries in places like Stoke-on-Trent, in ceramics, that are not going to be priority in the industrial strategy, but still have a lot to offer our economy and are crying out for skills from local people? Because if we can get that right, then we can grow our own economy, and that's true levelling up, in my opinion.
My honourable friend always champions the ceramics industry from his constituency. We've had many conversations on this topic, and I know he is absolutely right to put this in context. What I'd say to him about how Skills England can benefit the ceramics industry and his constituents is that we will be able to move much more rapidly to make changes to qualifications and training requirements that meet the needs of employers, with further flexibility, shorter courses, foundation apprenticeships for young people for the chance to get on, including in long-standing traditional industries, as well as those new job and opportunities that come from the future. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is a crucial leap forwards, bringing the different parts of the skills system closer together, and it paves the way for Skills England. It transfers the current functions of the Institute for Apprenticeships and Technical Education to the Secretary of State, not to exercise power from Westminster, but to empower the expert leadership of Skills England to drive the change we need. Bringing these functions to Skills England will place the content and design of technical qualifications at the heart of our skills system, where they belong. Skills England has existed in shadow form since Labour took power and began the work of change in July. It set out its first State of the Nation report into skills gaps in our economy in September. Skills England is moving ahead. The leadership is in place. And by laying the groundwork for a swift transition to Skills England, we are moving a step closer to a joined-up skills system. But at its heart, this bill is about growth and opportunity. Growth for our economy, opportunity for our people, and there is no time to waste. We need action, not delay. The people of this country need better jobs, higher wages, brighter futures, no more vacancies unfilled due to a lack of skills, no more chances missed, no more growth lost. We need change now, not change pushed back to some foggy future. So we are pushing ahead, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is legislation that builds on what has come before, but demands more. More cohesion, more dynamism, more ambition, because that's how we break down the barriers to opportunity. That's how we fire up the engines of economic growth, and that's how we deliver the future that this country deserves, the bright hope that our best days lie ahead of us. And I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Minister, Laura Trott.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak today on a piece of legislation which poses more risks than benefits, and one, I think, which proves that there is not parity of esteem for technical and academic qualifications within the government. The Secretary of State is putting forward a bill today which allows her personally to write each apprenticeship assessment. And just in case you think I'm exaggerating, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can see it in the explanatory notes. The bill, and I quote, provides the option for each standard and apprenticeship assessment plan to be prepared by the Secretary of State. Madam Deputy Speaker, can you imagine the outcry if this is done with history GCSEs? If this is a Conservative government taking these powers, there will be howls of outrage from the Labour Party. It is extraordinary that the government are, contrary to the words of the Secretary of State today, cutting out employers and giving sole discretion to the Secretary of State. They wouldn't allow it with academic qualifications. We mustn't allow it with vocational ones. I do acknowledge the statement made in the other place about clarifying the situations when the government envisaged the Secretary of State intervening, but the specific criteria for using this power should be on the face of the bill. At the moment, the Secretary of State has carte blanche to do whatever she likes, And we know from the Education Bill that that is a very bad idea. So can the front bench today confirm that there will be some restrictions, and will they put these on the face of the bill? The bill is another manifestation of the Department for Education's centralisation spree. Because remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, as with the Schools Bill, everything must be controlled by the Secretary of State. No innovation is allowed. The bill abolishes the Institute for Apprenticeships and Technical Education, shortened to IfATE, and transfers its functions to the Secretary of State, in effect absorbing them into the Department for Education. The government says it will set up Skills England, but we have no details on the plans for Skills England itself in the bill, nor on how the government's proposed changes to the funding of skills-based qualifications will work in practice. Madam Deputy Speaker, simply creating a new agency will not help address any of the issues that we need to within the skills system. But even putting aside my severe doubts about the wisdom of progressing down this road in the first place, the very least that the government could provide the House with is some information on the Skills England itself in the bill. The only thing we know from debates in the other place, and the Secretary of State has confirmed today, is that Skills England will not be on a statutory footing and therefore will unquestionably be less independent than IfATE. Can the Secretary of State explain why this is an improvement? And the reason this matters is because the framework document published in the autumn is, at best, vague and at worst silent on the role of employers. There are some statements in the section on aims saying that employers will be engaged in the preparation of occupational standards, but it does not say how. Does the Secretary of State think that she knows better than employers? I urge her to explain why employers are so much less visible in the framework document, or to agree to amend the bill. Reducing the role of employers will harm the apprenticeship system. The change will also create unnecessary turmoil in the skills system. A cross-party amendment was passed in the other place to try to minimise the impact this uncertain upheaval will have. The amendment will delay the provisions of the bill to ensure that Skills England has time to set up before taking on its role, and to ensure the administrative duties do not get in the way of providing quality apprenticeships. This seems a bare minimum of what we would expect, and I hope the government do not try to oppose the amendment in this House. To do so would be absurd. Madam Deputy Speaker, the skills system needs a stable landscape, but this bill presents real risks with no obvious benefits. Risks the government will erode standards in our skills system by removing the relationship with the employer and replacing it with a diktat from the Secretary of State. Risks of poor leadership by replacing a good organisation which is liked by employers and apprenticeships with an unknown and undefined body. I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Grateful to her for giving way and listening carefully to what she has to say. She seems to be evangelising the role of IfATE. I've actually heard far stronger criticisms of IfATE than she sort of appears to put there. Is it her position that IfATE actually doesn't have many faults and should carry on the way it is, or does she also think that it's been a role that an organisation's remit has kind of grown, is very vague, and actually most employers feel is a block to getting the standards they need, rather than actually the vehicle to it that she sort of seems to suggest?
I have a huge amount of respect for the Honourable Gentleman. I thought his question earlier was spot on. I would say to him that there is much that needs to be improved, but that is much less vague than Skills England, which is what we have in front of us at the moment. There are risks of distraction with time and cost involved in creating a new agency in the Department for Education. If the government were serious about progressing quickly with the urgent strategic issues which I accept are needed in skills reform, it would seem to me that the most effective step would be to build on the success of IfATE rather than dismantling it. Instead, this bill threatens to undo much of the progress made under successive Conservative governments in building a world-class apprenticeship system and technical education system. It is fiddling for no reason, change for no purpose, and is so often the case with this government, the opposite of what is required.
I call this Select Committee Chair Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The further education and skills sector is of strategic importance. Equipping our workforce with the skills employers need is critical for economic growth, and ensuring that there are opportunities both for young people and people who are mid-career to access high-quality training to enhance and develop their skills is vital for breaking down the barriers to opportunity which hold far too many people back. For far too long, the further education and skills sector has been the Cinderella service of our education system, patronised with lip service about how important it is, always regarded as second best, and never allocated the level of funding needed to really deliver. Despite the fact that at the very peak, only around a third of 18-year-olds go on to university, our school system is overwhelmingly orientated to communicate to young people that university is the option they should all aim for, rather than supporting a plurality of education options post-18, all of which can equip them well for a successful career. This has created a postcode lottery in which the high-quality further education and training opportunities that are available in some parts of the country are not available everywhere. Happy to give way.
She's making a profoundly important point, and it reinforces what I said earlier about careers advice and guidance. When I was the Minister for Skills, I introduced a statutory duty on providers to make available free and independent advice. The problem is that's often by means of the internet. Schools will refer students to the internet rather than bring people into the school, independent advisors, to guide them. So she's right, and the best solution to the problem she sets is exactly that kind of involvement from careers advisors with students.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and I was delighted to visit very recently at a school in my constituency, a careers fair that gave young people the opportunity to meet face-to-face with many employers and also providers of further education in order to give sort of real meaning and reality to what those opportunities might provide for the future. And I think that is important that young people have those opportunities. I was really delighted recently to visit the Lambeth College campus in Vauxhall with my honourable friend, the member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green, which is part of the South Bank University Group. At this campus, we met young people engaged in cutting-edge training in robotics, renewable energy installation, dental technology, and game design and production. They were being equipped with valuable skills to help them to access high-quality jobs, with the possibility, in some cases, of progressing their training all the way through to degree level at the university. This is a really good example of a strategic vision being applied to skills at a local level to ensure that employers' needs are being met and the best possible opportunities being made available to young people. But not everywhere is able to benefit from such a strategic approach at present. I therefore welcome this bill, which will formally establish Skills England. It is encouraging that this government is giving further education and skills the strategic prominence they need and seeking to establish an effective national agency to deliver a step change in the strategy that underpins our approach to skills and the quality and availability of training opportunities. Skills England has been operating in shadow form within the Department for Education since July last year, and following the passage of the bill will become an executive agency. This is an important bill which will work to underpin many of the strategic aims of the government, including the delivery of economic growth, the skills needed to provide the additional 1.5 million homes that need to be built, and the skills to drive the urgently needed transition of our energy sector to achieve net zero, as well as the skills to drive much needed improvements in our National Health Service and social care. As the first Skills England report highlights, we currently have a fragmented and confusing landscape that lets down learners, frustrates businesses and holds back growth. The current system that the government has inherited has been badly neglected, and urgent action is needed to deliver the change and scale of ambition that is required. While I welcome this bill, there are a number of issues on which I would be grateful for further clarity from the government. The bill does not provide a statutory underpinning for Skills England. This means that the Secretary of State and future Secretaries of State can make fundamental changes to Skills England, or indeed close it down, without the consent of Parliament. This calls into question the ability Skills England will have to deliver a stable, long-term underpinning of the skills system over a period of time. I understand the government's urgency, but it is important that in delivering this change, it is placed on a really solid foundation. In order to be effective in delivering the skills system our country needs, Skills England will need to have leverage with a number of different government departments beyond the Department for Education. Yet the Chief Executive of Skills England is the equivalent of a director-level post in the civil service, not a Director-General, calling into question the extent to which appropriately senior people from across government will be required to act on its recommendations and work in effective partnership. The government should consider the seniority of the CEO in this light as the bill progresses. Partnership working with key stakeholders outside of government, including training providers, trade unions, employers and devolved authorities, will also be critical to the success of Skills England, but none of this is written into the bill, and the ways in which Skills England will be held accountable for effective partnership working are unclear. So I want to ask whether the Secretary of State will take further action to address this. The impact statement for the bill states that there may be a drop in apprenticeship starts while the Institute for Apprenticeships and Technical Education functions are transferred to the Secretary of State and then on to Skills England, with a disproportionate impact on adult apprenticeships, disadvantaged learners and disadvantaged regions. So can the Secretary of State please explain what steps she will take to minimise and mitigate this potential short-term drop? Madam Deputy Speaker, the success of Skills England will also depend on a whole series of wider factors which should be considered at the point at which it is being established. There is a significant issue with the funding of sixth form colleges, particularly around inequities in pay between teachers in schools and teachers in colleges, exacerbated by the failure to extend the recent pay increase for teachers to those employed by colleges. It cannot be right that a teacher in a college can be paid less than a teacher in a school sixth form for teaching exactly the same subjects. In order to drive parity of esteem between pupils following an academic route and those following a vocational route, it is important that sixth form colleges are able both to recruit and retain teachers. This means addressing both the lower levels of pay in sixth form colleges when compared to schools, but also in addressing the gap between teachers' salaries and the salaries teachers could receive in industry. It is a real problem for colleges seeking to recruit teachers of vocational subjects that those who have the skills to teach a trade can often earn far more by practising that trade in the private sector. There is currently very little obligation on industry to release staff to deliver vocational education or to help to secure the pipeline of vocational teachers, including through post-retirement options. The government should give further consideration to the recruitment and retention of high-quality teachers in the further education sector. For some students in the further education sector, school days have not been the happiest of their lives. College or an apprenticeship should be the place where they start to find the things they can excel at and where their confidence is built because they are starting to succeed. While the importance of a functional level of English and maths is universally accepted and understood, something is badly wrong in our education system when 38% of students are not achieving a grade 3 or above in English and maths at GCSE. And the cycle of failure ends up continuing in the FE sector, which requires them to resit again and again. There must be a better way to ensure the functional skills in these subjects which employers need within further education, while enabling young people genuinely to succeed, to build their confidence and to thrive. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to raise the issue of the huge differential in the information provided to sixth form students. It's a point made by the Honourable Gentleman earlier in the debate, as they decide on their next steps after school or college. When meeting with skills providers and school leaders in my constituency recently, many of the participants highlighted how a move to university was often presented as a natural, secure step with multiple options and a well-trodden path through the UCAS process, while vocational options, including apprenticeships and degree apprenticeships, are not presented with the same clarity and coherence or even within the same time frame. This makes it harder for teachers to advise their students and harder for parents to have confidence in pathways that may appear less predictable and secure. If we want to see true parity of esteem between academic and vocational routes, this needs to change, and I hope that it will be a priority for the newly established Skills England. The Education Select Committee recognises the strategic importance of further education and skills, and we have recently launched a substantial inquiry which aims to understand how the further education system can better equip young people with skills and qualifications for a range of sectors experiencing labour shortages, while opening up a wider range of opportunities to young people and to mid-career switchers. We will make our recommendations to the Government in due course, and we look forward to playing our part in scrutinising the work of Skills England.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson Ian Sollom to contribute and also to move the amendment in his name.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Government's right that our skills system needs reform. And the Liberal Democrats agree with the Secretary of State that our current fragmented and confusing skills landscape lets down learners, frustrates businesses and holds back growth, as she made clear in her foreword to Skills England's first report in the autumn. And I and my honourable friends on these benches share the ambition to build a high-skill, high-productivity workforce that can meet our economy's needs. And for that ambition to be realised, reform is indeed essential. So, like many in the sector, we were encouraged to hear the government prioritising this in last July in the King's speech with the statement, and I quote that King's speech, "My government will establish Skills England, which will have a new partnership with employers at its heart." But the bill before us today does not establish Skills England at all. It simply abolishes the Institute for Apprenticeships and Technical Education and transfers the functions directly to the Secretary of State. What we need is a strong, independent skills body with proper parliamentary oversight and genuine employer engagement. What this bill delivers is a centralisation of power in the hands of ministers. Now, there are examples of bodies that combine independence and strong democratic accountability for the most critical policy areas. The Office for Budget Responsibility has statutory independence while being directly accountable to Parliament through the Treasury Select Committee. Its leadership is subject to parliamentary approval, its reports must be laid before Parliament, and it has clear statutory duties to ensure transparency. The Climate Change Committee similarly has a clear statutory basis that ensures it can provide independent advice while being properly scrutinised by Parliament. Yet the framework proposed for Skills England, or at least the draft framework for illustrative purposes, which is all we've seen so far, falls far short of those models. Despite promises about working across government, its governance structure is heavily Department for Education centric. There are no formal mechanisms for coordination with other key departments, no cross-departmental board representation, no clear structure for aligning with bodies like the Migration Advisory Committee, just aspiration. Are we to assume that the government thinks skills policy isn't so critical to its mission as to warrant a stronger framework than we've seen? This matters profoundly when we consider the scale of cross-government coordination required. Skills England must work with the Industrial Strategy Advisory Council on future workforce needs, with the Migration Advisory Committee on reducing reliance on overseas workers, with the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero on green skills, with DWP on employment programmes, the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology on priority sectors, and with the Department for Health and Social Care on workforce planning. And particularly in light of recent developments, it must support the government's strategy for defence and the critical industries and skills that we will need for our defence. Yet, as proposed, Skills England will lack even Director-General status, meaning it will struggle to drive the coordination of skills that the system so desperately needs.
Everyone is making a powerful case for the independence of Skills England. He'll know that government departments resist independence like most people resist disease. But the reason that his point is so important is because get the kind of lateral action he describes in respect to the nuclear industry or others, it will be necessary for the body created to have a reach which government departments simply don't tend to have.
I would absolutely agree with that point, that cross-departmental and cross-industry working is absolutely a critical reason for the need for that true independent body. Now, the implication for standards development is also concerning. where we have had employer-led trailblazer groups setting standards, now the Secretary of State can bypass employers entirely. Now, in limited circumstances, for minor changes, this will have the benefit of speeding up the review process, which has been frustrating for employers. But there are no safeguards to prevent ministerial control becoming the default approach. Instead of giving businesses a structural role, maximising that responsiveness, it makes their engagement merely consultative. And that speaks to a broader point, that the credibility of Skills England with employers will be absolutely key if they are to buy into the government's skills vision for the country. Has the Secretary of State not at least considered the possibility that the proposed structure, where programmes can be driven at her or her successor's whims, undermine that much-needed credibility from the start? The government's own impact assessment worries there will be a slowdown in growth rate of new apprenticeships and technical education courses due to potential delays in the approvals process caused by this new approach. And it reveals who will pay the price. Adult learners, who make up 48% of apprentices and often face the greatest barriers to retraining. Learners from our most deprived communities, who already have achievement rates 8 percentage points lower than those from affluent areas. I'll just finish one more point. And learners in regions like the North East, where apprenticeship starts are already lower, and where every reduction in opportunity has a disproportionate effect.
I see that thank the young gentleman for giving way. I see that he's received the AELP briefing. He appears to be reading it virtually word for word. I don't know if he contributed anything to this speech, but it was very interesting to hear what he said. But he's proposing a wrecking amendment that will kill the IfATE abolition bill, having been through the House of Lords. Whilst I have sympathy with some of the points listed in the amendment that he proposes, doesn't he think that actually the reassurances we've heard from the Secretary of State, which can be scrutinised over the course of this bill, will at least get the speedy setting up of Skills England that can take on the shape that he's suggesting in the future, rather than the approach he's suggesting, which is that we cancel all this reform and go right back to square one and stop reform dead in its tracks.
I thank the member for his intervention. I have looked beyond the ALP briefly. Thank you very much. And I would also add that I think this is an absolutely critical area of government policy, and it's important to get it right from the start, and that's just a difference of approach. Madam Deputy Speaker, as my noble friend Baroness Garden said in the other place, this bill looks like an innocuous little bill. But there is so much more to it than meets the eye. It represents a fundamental shift away from employer leadership in our skills system towards ministerial whim, away from statutory independence toward departmental convenience, away from proper parliamentary accountability toward rule by regulation. The government may argue that this is just an enabling bill to pave the way for Skills England. But that's precisely the problem. It enables the wrong thing. It enables centralisation where we need independence. It enables ministerial control when we need employer leadership. And it enables opacity when we need accountability. Yes,
my honourable friend, we share a county together, and he will be aware that in a place such as mine, we have seen decimation of level 2 and 3 apprenticeships. Does he not recognise that the biggest concern that I get from employers is that the current system is centralised and the current system is letting down working class families in a seat like mine, and what they want is Skills England. No employer has been to see me to speak against Skills England. Many have been to speak to me against the current system because it doesn't give us the flexibility. Now, what might be all right for your academic policy in Cambridge is not going to be all right in Peterborough, and we need the change delivered now.
Well, I would point out that I represent St Neots, which is not Cambridge, and many employers have talked to me with their concerns about Skills England and the lack of clarity on what the what we have with a future of Skills England. But this is why we can't support this bill, not because we oppose reform, we desperately need it, but because centralising power in the hands of ministers, removing proper scrutiny and weakening employer involvement in our skills system will make things worse ultimately. Both learners and employers and our economy deserve better than this over-centralisation of power. I'm going to finish now. They deserve a properly independent Skills England with the authority and accountability to drive real change. And I would urge the government to think again and bring forward legislation that delivers the genuine reform that our skills system needs. Thank you.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Lee Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm speaking today in support of this much-needed bill, and I ask members to do the same. This bill isn't just a piece of legislation, it's the foundation for an English skills revolution. It will give our workforce the right tools to boost our economy, fix the skills shortages and provide real opportunities for millions across the country. I started off as an apprentice when I left school at 16. The academic school didn't work for me as far as my education was concerned, but it gave me opportunities that I couldn't have else reached. It got me into the world of work, it got me active and away from a desk, and it led me onto a path that frankly the classroom couldn't provide. But for too long, and it's already been said in here today, vocational qualifications have been looked down on, seen as second rate, but what they actually do is allow people to reach their full potential in a way that fits in with them. This bill is a crucial step in delivering the government's manifesto promise to set up Skills England, a body that will take a smart, joined-up approach to ensuring our workforce has the skills our economy needs. By bringing businesses, training providers, unions and local leaders together under one roof, we can finally build a system that works for everybody. Skills England will map out where we're falling short, make sure training fits with businesses actually need, and oversee the new growth and skills levy, which will replace the existing apprenticeship levy. This means businesses can put money into the right training at the right time, leaving both workers and employers with more. And let's be honest, we're in a skills crisis. In construction, health, social care, engineering and digital industries, we simply don't have enough trained workers currently, which is why there is the need for the speed that we're moving in. According to the 2022 Employer Skills Survey, over a third of job vacancies are because people don't have the right skills that we need. That's not acceptable. We can't let a lack of training hold back our economy, and that's exactly what's happening at the moment. This bill will make sure that apprenticeships, T-levels and technical qualifications match what employers need. So whether it's young people starting out or adults reskilling, they'll know they're on the path to a stable and well-paid job. Please don't ignore the damage done by looking down on vocational training. We need to change the way we talk about skills, apprenticeships and lifelong learning. These careers aren't a backup plan, they're a first-class route to success. This bill is a move to challenge the idea that the only way to get ahead is through university. It shows we're serious about supporting technical skills so that no matter the path someone chooses, they have what they need to thrive in life and in work. So ask yourselves, do you want a skills system that actually works? Do you want to help build a workforce that's properly trained, that's valued and is paid? This bill is our chance to fix skills training in England. It will give apprenticeships and technical education the attention, the funding, the respect that they deserve. It will bring order, clarity and proper coordination, things our system has been lacking for too long. In September, I visited Corby Technical School in my constituency, being led by Shona Lomas. They told me about their Corby Technical School Approved Partner Scheme. This scheme is leading in the local area and brings together business partners who support children through school, offer work experience and provide apprenticeships. When that school first opened, it was looked down upon. It was talked down. It was if the kids that weren't bright enough went to that school. That's wrong, because the kids that went to that school and go to that school are well supported, get on with partnerships and get on in life through an apprenticeship. The CTC scheme has now grown to 119 partners, including local schools, colleges and major local employers. And they've now seen a rise in awareness and interest with the recent National Apprenticeship Week. Opportunities like these give young people the skills and confidence to get on in life. We have more brilliant apprenticeship schemes throughout our constituency that I've seen, including those at Seven Formation. I recently visited Asda, Carmack Engineering, Weetabix and RS Components, which was 82nd in last year's top apprenticeship employers list in the country. So they're delivering what they can. What this does is give them the freedom, the flexibility to be able to deliver more. And most importantly, this starts to link what we need to build the future and to build the growth that our economy needs. These are the kind of opportunities we can grow and spread with Skills England and the powers in this bill. Let's get our systems in step with an industrial strategy, joined up with the local economy to bring in the skills revolution our country so desperately needs, and we can do that with this bill.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill is important for the future of technical education and apprenticeships in our country. I accept that the government's intention behind these proposals is to streamline the governance and management of skills in this country. However, I believe that the bill in its current form threatens to centralise the system to such an extent that it may undermine the independence and effectiveness of our skills system. The Institute for Apprenticeships and Technical Education was established with the clear purpose of ensuring that the apprenticeship standards and assessment were determined with the input of employers, education providers and industry experts. By abolishing this body in favour of a group of civil servants appointed by the Secretary of State, I fear that the government will make technical education less responsive to the needs of the labour market. This bill removes the requirement to publish regular reviews of occupational standards and apprenticeship assessment plans. The government says that by removing this duty, the bill allows for much greater flexibility, but it does so without ensuring that the views of employers, educators and other relevant bodies will continue to be heard and considered. The bill grants the Secretary of State power to determine the standards and assessments that will be used to measure progress in technical education. No longer will these decisions be made by a broad group of stakeholders, including employers and sector specialists. What does all this mean for our workforce? What does this mean for learners? It means that we are at risk of creating a system that is more distant, less responsive, and potentially less effective. When decisions are made by civil servants without the input of those on the ground, those who are directly impacted by these decisions, we risk losing touch with the realities of the skills landscape.
The Honourable Member give way?
Yes, happy to give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for giving way. I'm afraid he and the Shadow Secretary of State speak as if the Institute for Apprenticeships and Technical Education was an unmitigated success. Between 2018-19 and 2023-24, apprenticeship starts in England per capita dropped by 16%. So how is that a responsive system? I mean, I think the House would be better served if the members opposite acknowledged. I understand why you're focusing, why he is focusing on outcomes. Sorry, it's focused on structures, because that is in part what the bill is focused on. But surely we should also be focused on outcomes, and the previous government was not delivering.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. Clearly the pandemic had something to do with that reduction. And I wouldn't say that the old system, or the system is perfect, but replacing it with a committee of civil servants appointed by the Secretary of State, I fear, is likely to be less successful still. Now, amendments have been made in the other place to address some of these concerns. Specifically, a one-year delay was added between the establishment of Skills England and the commencement of the bill, which would allow for a more effective transition and give Skills England a better chance of getting up and running. It is crucial that we do not damage the very real progress that was made on technical education under the last government. During the general election, my party pledged to raise the number of people in high-skilled apprenticeships by 100,000 per year, representing a 30% rise. This was to recognise that for many young people, apprenticeships represent a better way to enter the workplace than some university degrees. Bridgwater and Taunton College, based in my constituency, is the UK's largest provider of apprenticeships, supporting thousands of learners in achieving their career ambitions. With over 120 apprenticeship programmes, the college offers exceptional opportunities for individuals to gain hands-on experience and develop the skills needed for today's competitive job market. BTC's success is reflected in its recent achievements, such as its registered nurse degree apprenticeship, which recruited 53 apprenticeships in 23-24 academic year alone. The college's commitment to employer engagement and industry-aligned training is at the heart of its success. It has strong partnerships with employers of all sizes, ensuring that its apprenticeship programmes meet local and national skill needs. Now, while BTC welcomes the streamlining of the management of apprenticeships, they are clear these changes must not reduce the quality of education and support provided to apprentices. As they rightly point out, it is crucial that these changes do not compromise the well-being of students or the high standards of education they have come to expect. I hope that the new framework will continue to uphold these standards and ensure that the needs of both students and employers are met effectively. It is this type of local, industry-focused and employer-engaged approach to skills training that we should be fostering. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, while I understand the desire to create a streamlined, more efficient system, the government must be careful not to sacrifice the effectiveness and independence that have been the hallmark of our apprenticeship and technical education system. This bill, in its current form, grants perhaps too much power to the Secretary of State with too little accountability. It risks diminishing the role of employers and learners and weakening the checks and balances that have served us well. So I will continue to scrutinise this bill as it proceeds through Parliament. Thank you.
Gurinder Singh, Josan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be speaking in the second reading of this bill, a bill that I welcome for its focus on overhauling the skills system in England, and particularly in relation to apprenticeships and technical education. The creation of the Institute for Apprenticeships in 2017 and the subsequent addition of the oversight of technical education has undoubtedly helped create a system which increasingly includes higher quality apprenticeships and increases accessibility of these pathways to all. However, there are still too many in our country for whom unlocking their full potential remains a distant dream. And this is fundamental to everything this government has set out to achieve and to the future of our country. The mission driving this government, the incredible plan for change, the drive to become self-sufficient as a nation on energy, defence and security, the need to increase growth in our economy, the drive to improve the lives of all of our citizens, all require a comprehensive plan for improving skills. And the basic provisions of this bill to abolish the Institute for Apprenticeships and Technical Education and transfer its functions ultimately to Skills England. And in addition to that, there are changes proposed to the functions that will be undertaken by Skills England. So I believe these are important changes, and they will help ensure a more simplified system with flexibility built in to enable the skills system to take account of changing circumstances. Members opposite have spoken about the powers being taken up by the Minister and the Department. And I think actually accountability is also important as well. And having the building in accountability is important, so we know this Parliament can come back to ministers and hold them to account on that. And all this, I think, will help ensure that our skills system is truly responsive to the needs of users, employers and our economy. And this is incredibly important to my constituent in Smethwick. Smethwick has a rich industrial heritage, and whilst there have been significant changes over the years, the need for high quality skills, education and training remains a key need. In Smethwick, significantly more people than the national average have no qualification. Significantly fewer have a level 4 qualification, and fewer than the national average take part in apprenticeships. And too often, structural inconsistencies hold back our businesses and our people from flourishing. The lack of skills essential for work, the lack of specific skills required by employers in the place where they need them, and the lack of options available to many for achieving these skills are just some of those issues. The provisions of this bill will help streamline the skills system and ensure it is able to identify skills gaps, respond to changing circumstances and provide the skills needed for our businesses to flourish. Madam Deputy Speaker, last week I met with Robert Powell, who's Head of Resource Development at Caltruck Limited, based in my constituency, which is the largest independently owned scanner distributor globally involved in the sale of new and used trucks. Caltruck is a significant business with 461 employees, of which 51 currently are apprentices. That's over 10% of their employees. In addition, I was informed that pretty much all of their senior staff in the organisation have come up through the apprenticeship route. So this is a business that really values apprenticeships, and many of their apprentices go on to great jobs in industry, including one who went on to become chief mechanic at a top Formula 1 racing team. And as something to aspire to and a story for somebody from Smethwick, that is quite inspirational. But being more responsive means listening to businesses. And whilst Caltruck welcomed the recent announcement that English and maths qualification will not be a requirement for apprenticeships, they are concerned that this requirement still applies to 16 to 18-year-olds beginning an apprenticeship. And the story was told to me that some of their senior staff would not be in that position if they were required to have an English or maths qualification at age 16 or 18. So I hope the government can look at this too to ensure all of our young people have access to the best quality apprenticeships. I also want to congratulate Richard Parker, and this I think illustrates that the flexibility and the freedom that can be brought to bear on this. Richard Parker is the West Midlands Mayor and also the West Midlands Combined Authority, who launched a scheme last year to enable bigger businesses with unspent apprenticeship levy to donate that to the West Midlands Combined Authority rather than returning it to the HMRC. That has allowed the West Midlands Combined Authority to receive nearly £3 million, allowing the authority to support 176 small and medium-sized enterprises and 411 apprentices to deliver through fully funded apprenticeship. And that, to me, is an indication of how the freedom that could be brought about by this bill are utilised. The two examples I've just outlined show what can be achieved through a skills system that is more flexible and responsive, as well as being focused on excellence. That's incredibly important to my constituency. I therefore have no hesitation in supporting this bill.
Damian Hinds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You can't just wish it into being. You can't assume it or assert it, and you can't legislate for it. Esteem is in the eye of the esteemer, and parity of esteem is earned. And in technical and vocational education and training, among other things, that requires a clear and understandable set of qualifications with high standards and specifications that people know cannot be fiddled because they have been set independently. and equipping the individual with what they need to know and what they need to be able to do to succeed in a trade or craft or sector, because those standards have been set by employers in that trade or craft or sector. Now, these things were at the heart of the blueprints that were set out for technical and vocational education in this country that has been followed for the last number of years. I say the blueprint, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was also a red print, because it was the vision of the noble Lord Sainsbury, a Labour peer. In his landmark report, he set out that we needed to reform the system so we had a streamlined set of qualifications with clear paths to vocations, with, for apprenticeships, a minimum length of time and a minimum length of time off the job, and for T-levels, a minimum length much higher than usual for industrial placements, with standards set by employers, and the expansion of the remit of what was then the Institute for Apprenticeships to become the broader Institute for Apprenticeships and Technical Education, linking together apprenticeships and T-levels. And he, the noble Lord Sainsbury, was absolutely clear that specifying standards was not a job for ministers in the Department for Education. It was a job for employers in the industries that were going to be employing those people when they came out. And we thought that these things, these principles, had become a matter of cross-party consensus. I'm sorry to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we were wrong. We have already had from this new government a rowing back on the streamlining of qualifications. They have said that they will have shorter apprenticeships, but still call them apprenticeships. And now in this bill, they will abolish, not reform or evolve, they will abolish the body that is independent of government, that sets the standards and ensures the integrity of the system. Madam Deputy Speaker, over 50 years in this country, we have had industrial training boards, the Manpower Services Commission, the Training Commission, Training and Enterprise Councils, TECs. But those TECs were different from another TEC, the Technician Education Council, which existed alongside the Business Education Council, or BEC. BEC and TEC would eventually get together to give us BTEC. There were national training organisations, the Learning and Skills Council, Sector Skills Councils, the UK Commission for Employment and Skills, the Skills Funding Agency, or SFA, which would later become the ESFA, and lately, Local Skills Improvement Plans and IfATE. And now we will have Skills England. It will be the 13th skills agency in 50 years. And I say to ministers opposite, if what it takes to solve our skills challenges, and by the way, they exist, if what it takes to solve those challenges is a new body, a machinery of government change, do they not think that one of the previous 12 would have managed that already? Now, of course, ministers, especially new governments, like to create something new. And in this case, they think they've got something new that business wants, a quangor. Except Skills England isn't actually even a quangor. Now, I'm grateful to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for indulging me thus far, for talking about all these things that I've been talking about, because none of them actually is in this bill. This bill is not about Skills England. It says nothing about it. In fact, I think there are now 2 mentions of Skills England in the text of the bill, and I think they are, I may be wrong, I think they are both mentions that have been inserted by the House of Lords in its passage through Parliament so far. What this bill is about abolishing the independent institute that sets standards and passing those powers not to Skills England, passing those powers to the Secretary of State. Because that is what Skills England is. I mean, they're bandying about all these fancy terms about agency, this and that, and so on. It's part of the DFE. It is part of the Department for Education. And there's no reason to, when you're trying to work across governments, I know of no reason to believe that this new part of the DFE will be any more equipped to work across government, let alone across the whole economy in solving some of these issues. Now, I love the Department for Education, I deeply do. But honestly, to operate across government, to exert leverage, to get things done, I'm afraid you need to have your body in the Treasury, or possibly in the Cabinet Office. Not, I'm afraid, in either DFE or the business department or some of the others that you could have picked. And so far, Madam Deputy Speaker, so far from reflecting what business needs, what that piece of legislation does is it removes the requirement for business to set the standards for what their future employees will learn. Now, following the vote in the House of Lords, the government does say that it will amend the bill to be clear that it will still listen to business. I have the amendments here. What it actually says is that it will be clear about the times when it will listen to business and when it won't, which is not quite, in my view, not quite the same thing. But in any case, if you're going to make use of that business voice, if it's really going to mean something, it has to go hand in hand with independence of the body. And as things stand, even if they are listening to business, the DFE will still be the convener. There will be no other body. So it will be the government that is setting the standards for T-levels and for apprenticeships. And I've asked the minister who's now by the dispatch box this question twice already. We wouldn't allow it for A-levels, that the Department for Education would set the standards, would work out what it is to have the pass. We would always have that independently done and verified. So if we wouldn't let it happen for A-levels, how could it be right for T-levels? Now, I grant you, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a rhetorical question, but it's still a rhetorical question that I think ministers ought to try to answer. Now, in her letter to me, the noble Baroness set out all the things that were being done to make Skills England something other than just another unit, just another mini department within a department in the DFE, and the Secretary of State today has set out some of her appointments, which I have to say sound like good appointments, to some of the roles in that body. But none of that is in legislation. That was all news to us. It's news that's come out since the announcement of Skills England that these individuals will be in place and there'll be this setup. We are voting over the course of the next few weeks as this goes through committee and it goes in. We're voting on what will be an Act of Parliament. And all that Act of Parliament will say is that those powers are coming into the office of the Secretary of State for the Department for Education. It will be for them to decide in the future how they use this. And I say for them, of course, it may well be that this team of ministers is in power for 25, 30 years. And it may not. And I encourage all colleagues to think about that when we legislate, we don't just legislate for the next 12 months or even the next 4 or 5 years. We are legislating the law of the land, which, other things being equal, stays in place. Now, I do have some good news as well. Here's the good news. I confidently predict that the government is going to hit all of its targets on the numbers of young people going through technical vocational education and training and attaining qualifications. I confidently predict that will happen. And why I can confidently predict that is because I think back to the 2000s. And with the key target of getting more children, getting 5 or more GCSEs at grade 2 or above, including English and maths, year after year after year, they made that happen. Even as we knew subsequently, even as we were tumbling down the international comparison tables. There were about a dozen different ruses that made those figures look better every year. But that was achieved even without having actual final control over the specification and what counted as the qualification, what counted as passing or getting a particular grade. So imagine, Madam Deputy Speaker, imagine what they could achieve now. OK, look, they want a new body. Fine. But to give it a chance to succeed for our economy and, crucially, for those young people about whom this ultimately is about, that body must be independent. And I call on ministers to take the opportunity, as this bill goes through the House, to write that on the face of the bill. We were encouraged, I think, by what the Secretary of State said earlier, that in any case, within 2 years, they will review the status of Skills England with a view to perhaps putting it onto to making it a statutorily independent body. I would encourage ministers to take the opportunity through committee to write that into the legislation.
Hannah Gelderd.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this bill's commitment to broadening the educational opportunities and skills training, which is so urgently needed. And as one of those young people who undertook my qualifications in the early 2000s, I can assure my honourable friend, the honourable member opposite, that they were rigorous and clearly got me where I am today. So particularly in areas like South East Cornwall, areas have felt forgotten and left behind, cut off from the opportunities of economic growth available and seen in other parts of the UK. Labour understands this link between an individual's education and training and the wider economic prosperity of our country. And this bill is an example of how we are rebuilding the country from the ground up, focusing on our young people. Where university or academic routes aren't the right fit, apprenticeships offer vital, valuable alternatives, not only for those enrolled, but also for the training providers, local businesses and the economy. I know that where you're born or the circumstances you grow up in should not limit where you go or what you achieve. And this mission-driven Labour government is making education a priority. It's a far cry from the previous government, which saw apprenticeships collapsing, businesses pleading for change, and left our young people paying the price. In South East Cornwall, we see local businesses leading by example. Wildernet, a homegrown company from Liskeard, is doing fantastic work to improve digital connectivity across Cornwall. They are investing in more than just cables and infrastructure. They're investing in our local people through training schemes that create meaningful opportunities for local residents and build the skills that directly benefit my community. During National Apprenticeship Week last week, I had the privilege of attending their apprenticeship graduation ceremony. Celebrating the achievements of our young people was a reminder of what's possible when we support them through businesses like Wildernet and this bill. Working in partnership with Truro and Penrith College, Wildernet's groundbreaking apprenticeship scheme is a key part of the company's DNA, creating new jobs and training people locally. It is vital that opportunities such as this in rural communities continue to build momentum, and that's what this bill will deliver. This bill is a step in the right direction, and I want to highlight the brilliant work of Truro and Penrith College. It's Cornwall's only expert apprenticeship provider, and one of just 5 further education colleges in the UK that have been awarded this status by the Department of Education. The college's staff, many of whom are residents in South East Cornwall, play a crucial role in shaping our local workforce and improving opportunities. Apprenticeship courses aligned with the government's missions and key industries will help people secure reliable, high-quality employment after completing their training. In Cornwall, where incomes remain around 20% below the national average, this investment in skills and future-proof jobs is essential. By strengthening our apprenticeship system, we can equip the next generation while also supporting our local businesses like Wildernet. Cornwall was a driving force in Britain's first industrial revolution, and with the right foundations, we can once again lead the industries of the future, whether that's in renewable energy, marine technology, or digital infrastructure. But the first step is building those foundations. Thank you.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Much of this debate has been about the purpose of learning, and the Secretary of State began the debate in that spirit. And I think we can all agree the purpose of the learning is both to deliver personal fulfilment through the acquisition of understanding and competencies, and about fulfilling a social purpose by providing economic needs. John Ruskin said that the first condition of education is being able to put someone to wholesome and meaningful work. And apprenticeships embody, indeed epitomise, that purpose. A trainee learns from a mentor a skill that has use in a workplace. The value of apprenticeships is why, when I was the Shadow Minister for Universities and Further Education and Skills, and then the Minister subsequently in 2010, I set about revitalising the apprenticeship system. I knew that apprenticeships were well understood by employers, widely recognised by the public, and could be attractive to trainees. And just a point on adult learning, if I might, provoked by the excellent contribution by the Liberal Democrat spokesman. It is vitally important to understand that to reskill our workforce, to provide it with the necessary competencies to meet the government's economic ambitions, You really do have to skill or reskill, I should say, existing workers, as well as making practical and vocational education attractive to new entrants to the workplace. Because simply as a matter of numbers, if you train more young people but don't retrain the existing workforce, you will never deliver the capacity needed to fill the skills gaps and deal with the skills shortages that do, as has been said repeatedly, inhibit our ability to drive the economy forward. So this bill is about the management, the maintenance of standards of apprenticeships. I understood why that mattered so much, which is, as I said, why I set about elevating the practical, elevating the vocational and technical, because I believe that practical and vocational and technical learning is as important as academic accomplishment. It's been a myth perpetuated by the establishment. I'm inclined to say the Liberal establishment, but as I've seen so nice to the Honourable Gentleman, I don't want to damn him having praised him, but perpetuated by the establishment, that the only form of prowess that counts comes through academic learning. And that myth has been so pervasive that a former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, set out the extraordinary and bizarre ambition that 50% of people should go to university. The number of people should go to university is about their tastes and talents, their aptitudes and abilities. You don't set a target and then shoehorn people into a system in order to meet it. You allow a system to reflect those aptitudes, tastes and talents. And many people's abilities rightfully lead them not to an academic education, but to a practical one. And yet we've underpowered and undervalued practical learning for so long in this country and continue to do so. And deep at the heart of that fault has been the careers service, the careers advice and guidance that people have got, and other members have mentioned this in their contributions, has guided people, even where it didn't actually suit them, into an academic route which has ill-served them. Even though it's landed them with immense debts and rendered them unable to get the kind of job that would allow them to pay off those debts readily. And so it's really important we look again at that advice and guidance. I mentioned earlier, before you entered the chair actually, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when I was the Minister, I created a statutory duty on schools to offer independent advice and guidance. But as I said, I should have, doing it again, I'd do this actually. I still insisted it was face-to-face guidance, where a careers advisor came into a careers fair of the kind that's been mentioned earlier, or a personal interview with students to set out for them the various options available to them. Because unfortunately, teachers typically have been to university themselves, know that route well, and are inclined to say to young people, why don't you do what I did? Why don't you follow the route that I took? They're often less well informed about some of the practical and vocational routes that would lead people to acquire the kind of skills we've all said in this debate are vitally important. I should at the outset of my remarks refer members to my entry in the register of interest, because I am associated with university myself. Indeed, I ought to say also in my speech that my own background is entirely academic. I studied at 2 universities, Nottingham and Cambridge, and I've taught in 2 too. So I don't really have any practical skills myself, unlike my dear father, who could turn his hand to almost anything. There's nothing he couldn't do practically. I had to send out for a man in the village if I want anything done. So I'm not. So my case is not born of any personal prejudice, one might say. Maybe it's born of a certain sort of envy of those that can make and do things in the way that Ruskin described. Let's just give. I'd happily get a good way. The Honourable Lady is going to test me now on my practical incompetence.
Thank you. I've got a couple of points to make. One, do you... sorry. Will the Right Honourable Member agree with me the important role that universities play in supporting technical advanced education, and also under the stewardship of the last government we have seen in schools a decimation of specialist careers guidance? Thank you.
Yes, of course I do. And it is important to point out that many universities do great work, and I wouldn't want to disparage that work, and the Honourable Lady's right to draw the House's attention to it. But the point I was really making is that, sadly, many people are driven down a pathway that's just not right for them. And that's because of the underestimation of the significance of practical accomplishment, both at an intellectual level, so the unwillingness to recognise that practical accomplishment is of a high order, and a practical level in terms of the advice that people are often given, which they may later regret, actually. But it's not easy when you're a young person in particular to know quite what path to take, and if the advice you get skews you towards one route or another, it's fairly likely that you'll be ill-equipped to make a considered judgment. So I'm simply making the argument, at very least, for a degree of equality about what we advise people. Now, this bill is questionable in a number of respects, and in particular, as has been highlighted by my right honourable friend and others, in the way that it presents the future management and control of apprenticeships and the standards associated with them. It's right that employers play a key role in that process, and this bill is silent on the role of employers. I'm not an unbridled admirer of the Institute for Apprenticeships. I didn't create it. In my time as Minister, and Shadow Minister indeed, the standards were guaranteed by sector skills councils. And I would have gone for a sector-based approach myself. If I'd stayed in office, I would have probably developed that further, emulated the German approach and established guilds. I began to lay some of the foundations for that as Minister. So I would have gone for a guild-based approach rather than where we ended. But having said that, what's critical about either that kind of sectoral approach or this new apprenticeship, which is being abolished by this bill, is that the role of employers ensures that what's taught and tested meets a real economic need. That's the critical part. You can't detach that economic need from the structure by which you guarantee the quality of apprenticeships. There is that issue too. Again, the bill is unconvincing in this respect about quality. My right honourable friend drew attention to the fact that if you lower quality, you can increase numbers. And indeed, the Labour government prior to 2010 introduced the idea of programme-led apprenticeships. These were entirely taught outside the workplace, still called apprenticeships, but unrelated to any particular employer or in particular sector. That is not the way forward, and any diminution of standards will further undermine the status of practical learning. So I simply say to the Minister, if the Secretary of State is going to take back control, to coin a popular phrase, then it's vitally important that simultaneously we hear more during the passage of this legislation about how standards will be maintained. Because at the moment, we have very few assurances to that effect. Just a word on numbers, and I say this partly to advertise my own effectiveness in government, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I became the Minister of State for Further Education, Skills and Lifelong Learning, I was able, due to the promotion of apprenticeships, to drive their number to the highest level in modern times. In 2000, when I became the Minister in 2010, by 2011-12, we achieved 521,000 apprenticeships. That's never been equalled since. We're now down to about 340. And by the way, just to say a word about previous Labour governments, I inherited 280,000 apprenticeships, and the average number of apprenticeship completions from the year 2000 to 2009-10 was less than 100,000 a year. So it is vitally important that as we debate these matters going forward, the government really does commit to the apprenticeship as a key determiner of their policy in respect of skills. The number of apprenticeships and their quality will allow the government to drive up skills levels and therefore, as I said, meet economic need. I'm grateful to John, who's been listening attentively to my speech so far in that.
To my right honourable friend, I might damn you with praise, because when you cited the numbers when you were minister, one of the determinants of your success as the then minister's success was the involvement of trade unions in the Sector Skills Council and the partnership. And where we talked lots about employers, the minister then was an advocate in their party of involving trade unions. Unfortunately, ministers after my right honourable friend excluded trade unions from that involvement. So is the former minister advocating trade unions should be involved in the new system?
I'm immensely flattered, Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman has followed my career with such assiduity. He's right, I defended Union Learn and would continue to do so. The trade unions can play a vital part in ensuring the outcomes that the government say they seek, and I certainly believe in. And indeed, I went on a delegation to Germany to look at this is a minor digression, Madam Deputy Speaker, a delegation to Germany to look at their apprenticeship system with employers and with the trade unions. And because I knew that combination of trade unions and employers was critically important to drive the skills agenda on. And again, it would be useful to hear from the government what they think about that. How will they engage with the trade unions? How will they engage with employers? Not mentioned in the bill. No mention of it at all. We are completely left to wonder what will happen, as my right honourable friend said in his excellent speech. We are left to wonder what will happen when the Secretary of State seizes control of apprenticeships from the current structure. So a number of questions to put. The very good point made by the Honourable Gentleman from Chesterfield about SMEs. One of the challenges for me when I was Minister and subsequent ministers too, and for this government, is engaging more SMEs. I'm not sure we were very successful in that. I did launch a review of how we might do that. It was typically by making the system less regulatory, trying to reduce some of the paperwork. Again, as the bill moves forward, what more will we hear about how to engage more SMEs? For if you say to someone from South Holland and the Deepings, my constituency, there are really good engineering apprenticeships in Derby, which I'm told is in the same part of the country, region at least, whatever that means, you might as well be saying there's apprenticeships in Mars. On Mars, I suppose that ought to be. As far as my constituents are concerned, it's not going to be able to get to Derby to study. So we do really need the spread of apprenticeship accessibility which SME involvement provides. It's the only way of creating the reach necessary to engage more young people and adult learners in acquiring those skills. Just one or two further questions, if I might, which I hope the Minister will deal with. I've spoken about employers already, but this question about the status of the new body, is it the government's intention, as the Secretary of State implied no more than that when she spoke earlier, for this body in the end to become a non-departmental government body, or is it always going to be an in-house body? Anyone who's been close to the government will know the significance of those two options. It needs to be, at very least, a non-departmental body if it's going to have the necessary freedom and independence to respond to employer need and changing economic circumstances. And the Secretary of State sort of hinted that might be the direction of travel, but we do need to know more. When the Minister sums up, I give way.
The Right Honourable Member for giving way. Members opposite are making quite the noise about IfATE's independence, but would like to remind the House that this is a precedented move. It was their government that established the Standards and Testing Agency, which is currently an executive agency, formerly a non-departmental body, which is exactly the same status as IfATE, which performed very similar functions for many other kinds of qualification and tests. Why was it okay for the Right Honourable Gentleman's government to do that in 2011, but it's not okay? It seems that the members opposite are more focused on this process point, a similar process undertaken by their government, and not on the outcomes that will actually deliver for working class kids that are interested in learning a trade.
I'm not an unbridled advocate of the Institute for Apprenticeships. This bill abolishes it. I didn't set it up. It wasn't set up during my stewardship, and I've already described this and I don't want to repeat it, but I would have preferred a different model, a guild-based model. And guilds by nature would have been independent from government. If you look at the German model, the guilds are sovereign and closely tied, by the way, there to the trade unions in the particular sectors for which they're responsible. So I wouldn't have gone down that route, and I'm simply saying to the government, here's a chance to do something better. And I think you learn from experience, and you learn in government from experience. So I'll be honest and straightforward about that. There is this issue about standards. How will standards be determined and delivered? Will that be done by an independent body or a series of independent bodies, perhaps in different parts of the across different parts of the business community, or will it be done directly by the department? I think we do need to know that. And what about the figures on what the impact assessment said will be a reduction in the number of apprenticeships? We're already at a pretty pitifully low level, as I described earlier. Apprenticeship starts in 23-24, we're at 340,000. We can do much better than that, but the government have certainly suggested in their impact assessment that they expect that number to fall at least in the interim. So by how much? Are we expecting it to fall by 10% or 5% or 25%? We really do need to know a little more about that. And the Secretary of State spoke about, as the Labour manifesto detailed, work with the Migration Advisory Committee and others. Can we hear a little more about the detail of that? Certainly it will be required before we vote at third reading during the committee stage, because it's inconceivable the government wouldn't want to be more straightforward about how those structural links will work. What role will those other bodies play in helping the government to deliver its objective? So, Madam Deputy Speaker, practical accomplishment is something dear to my heart. William Morris, rarely quoted in this House except by me, and that's a sad indictment of the modern Labour Party, by the way, said, "A man at work making something which he feels will exist because he is working at it and wills it, is exercising the energies of his mind and soul as well as of his body." And Morris understood what I know many from their contributions already to this debate understand, that it's time to again elevate the practical. For, you know, this is, of course, about our ambitions for the economy. But it's also about those people that acquire those skills, the way their lives are changed because their life chances are changed. I started by speaking about John Ruskin and his view of these things. Ruskin said the highest reward for a person's toil is not what they get for it, but what they become by it. So yes, of course, this is about the economy, but it's also about the difference we make to individuals who, through gaining new skills, grow and develop and become proud of what they can do for themselves and their family and their community and their nation.
I hadn't been planning to put a formal time limit on, but members might reflect on how many are still standing and perhaps restrain themselves to 5 minutes or so. Dr. Darren Paffy.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in rising to support this bill, I do want to say, without heaping too much praise on the Right Honourable Gentleman today, it is a pleasure to follow him and many of the comments he made. Like him, I have arrived at this place through the academic route, and perhaps precisely because of that, like him, I am incredibly aware of the value of the vocational and the practical and the apprenticeship route. And it really is in that value that the power of what this bill is seeking to achieve lies, and I hope to return to that point. I thank the Secretary of State, no longer in her place, for bringing forward this bill, because 7 months ago this country voted for change, and what we see today is another building block of that very necessary change. On a recent visit to Southampton College's Marine Skills Centre in my constituency for National Apprenticeship last week, when it seems we were all very busy making visits, I met some apprentices learning a whole range of skills, from engineering to electronics to carpentry and yacht making. Truly impressive, mostly because I would be entirely useless at all of those skills. But it reminded me that investing in apprenticeships is one of the most effective ways that we can equip the next generation with the skills that they need. And I'm pleased to see that with this bill, the government is taking action to make sure we get the right framework in place to shape our apprenticeship system. What apprentices want themselves and what employers need is a system that offers routes into those meaningful, secure jobs full of the dignity of work that will bring them success as well as grow the economy. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to admit I'm not particularly obsessive about the structure of things or the way in which government departments organise themselves to implement policy. Like most people, I think, I want what works, and I want what works best. And the truth is that what we have at this precise moment, however much members opposite may try to dress it up, is simply not working for too many people. So I am pleased that the focus of this bill is on how we create an agency that will reduce the number of hoops to jump through and focus, as my honourable friend from Basingstoke mentioned a moment ago, on outcomes and about what happens at the end of these training courses and opportunities. As the Secretary of State set out, I'd be happy to give way.
Which hoops he is looking forward to the removal of?
I thank my the honourable gentleman opposite for those. I think the best people to answer that would be the employers who have been saying to us time and time again, and I'm pretty sure to him and his colleagues, the pure bureaucracy, the complexity of the system that has been set up, they are the best advocates of the need for change. So by setting up Skills England, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can give apprenticeships that flexibility and the durability that we need and that those trading through them will need. And importantly, we can take employers and young people's interests into account. Now, if the years since 2010 have taught us anything, it is that poor policy has consequences. And sadly, what we've seen is that the IfATE structure of the last Tory government has failed to deliver. That, alongside a lack of investment, has left the UK with stubbornly high numbers of vacancies due to skills shortages and too many young people not in education, employment and training. And on that, I would welcome the reflections from the Minister around how we deal at the same time as setting this new framework and strategy for skills development, how we deal specifically with those who are not in education, employment and training, or whether a strategy specifically on that would be another jigsaw piece in resolving this picture. I know that employers in Southampton Itchen are crying out for new trainees and employees, especially those with crucial basic digital skills. But even today, around this country, around 7.5 million working-age adults lack those skills. Is that the golden Tory legacy that we keep being reminded of from the benches opposite? Well, all of that is changing with the structures that this bill sets up and paving the way for Skills England. It will meet the skills challenges of today and empower all training providers and employers, including the excellent Kiwi Training and the South Coast Institute of Technology, to drive the maritime engineering and hospitality and digital opportunities in and around Southampton. It will also ensure that we reset the prestige of apprentices and the apprenticeship route and elevate them once again to that place of real value. And I do associate with myself with comments that have been made on both sides of the chamber about the value of apprenticeship skills. It is precisely, and I say this again as someone who has paid my bills from being a university lecturer for a number of years, and yet throughout my entire time in politics, I've championed apprenticeship routes, because a piece of paper at the end of something is pretty coincidental, to be frank. The real power of it is what it empowers you to do, what doors it opens up for you, and even to refer to the Right Honourable Gentleman's point, what it creates you to be, what you become through those skills. And so that's where the real value and prestige of apprenticeships comes, and that's why we're resetting the value of them. So, in closing, if we want growth and if we want a well-trained workforce, then this is a route to deliver it. With this bill and with the further action that I know the ministers will be taking in future, this Labour government is widening options and breaking down barriers to opportunity for people in Southampton and beyond, and that's why I would be proud to walk through those lobbies and vote for it later today.
Lee Ingham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill is a crucial first step in the reform of the government skills system. This government are changing the narrative around skills. When I was younger, apprenticeships were often seen as something for working class kids. Routes into traditional trades like plumbing, bricklaying, like my dad, hairdressing or being an electrician. And while these trades remain vital, indeed our ambitious housing targets require that we rely on them, skills today can be about so much more. They're the foundations of our economy, our technological progress, and of our ability to compete on the global stage. This bill underpins this government's aim that apprenticeships are not just for 18-year-olds fresh out of college. In my constituency of Stafford, Eccleshall and the Villages, many apprentices are over the age of 25. In fact, the majority of apprenticeships being taken up are advanced qualifications. These are people who know what they want to do, who may already have years of experience, and who are looking to upskill, retrain, and take their careers to the next level. That's exactly the kind of dynamic, lifelong learning we need to see. But we can't just talk about improving skills. We need real structural reform to make it happen. And that's why this bill is so important. In October last year, the government carried out a detailed impact assessment, looking at how this legislation would affect learners, training providers, businesses and staff. And the conclusion was clear. This bill is essential in delivering the manifesto commitment I, and many of us in this House, stood on to establish Skills England. Madam Deputy Speaker, we cannot continue making the mistakes of the last government. Keeping the fragmented approach of a slow, inefficient skills system, we just don't have the time for it. We need a joined-up approach that actually delivers for people trying to build their futures and for employers trying to build their businesses. It's for that reason I was concerned about the 15th amendment of the bill made in the other place, the one-year delay between the establishment of Skills England and the commencement of this legislation. I worry that this will delay the establishment of Skills England. It will negatively impact employers, learners and the economy. I hope that through the committee stage, the government can minimise the impact that this would have. As members across the House will often hear me champion, I am often talking about Newcastle and Stafford College based within my constituency, which is one of a small number of colleges nationally to twice achieve Ofsted outstanding rating in all areas, including apprenticeships. It was recently awarded a strong contribution to meeting our local skills needs, which is incredibly impactful on our local economy. This bill will only help them increase their impact. More widely, Skills England will work hand in hand with industry, employees and training providers to ensure we aren't just reacting to skill shortages, but we're proactively identifying them. For too long, we've had a sticking plaster approach to skills and actually to anything else, really, let's be honest. That must change. We need to be strategic, focused and ambitious in developing a focused workforce that is prepared for the future. This bill recognises those needs and confirms the manifesto commitment that I proudly stood on. I am delighted to see it progress so that people in my constituency of Stafford, Eccleshall and the villages can better access training and ultimately better jobs. I urge all colleagues in the House to vote in favour of this bill.
Lee Pitcher.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I and all of my colleagues in government were elected last year on a simple promise: change. A promise to rebuild our country, to rebuild our economy, our health service, our infrastructure, and to lay the foundation for a brighter future. A future where we overcome the challenges of climate change and see the benefits of a green economy. A future where we lead the world in new technology. A future of prosperity, opportunities for all. And all of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, every mission this government has set out on is dependent on a skilled workforce. The diversity of apprenticeships that I've seen recently in my local area, from the National Horse Racing College in Rosington to the SSC business in Kidby to Jack, who cuts my hair, and I'm sure you'll agree, is supremely talented. It's just phenomenal. I've just ruined his career, I think. Sorry, Jack. Everything this government has promised can only be created by having the right people with the right skills in the right place at the right time, whether it's the NHS or energy, house building, security. Apprenticeships have been part of the fabric of British society for hundreds of years. They have made us the country that we are today. In the past, modern apprenticeships were met with great enthusiasm from both leaders and business. It represented a different way of learning, a great promise, but in recent years, this promise has been unfulfilled. Both apprenticeship starts and, crucially, completions of apprenticeships have fallen off dramatically. The current system is not working, not for learners, not for employers, and not for our country. We need a system, one that works for everyone, one that is targeted and strategic, a system that works with local leaders and businesses to be relevant to the skill gaps that we have and that are holding our economy back. We need partnerships. Most importantly, we need a system that inspires and empowers our teams and our people. Both before and since becoming an MP, I've had the privilege to meet so many of the young people in schools in my constituency. Their talent and ambition are outstanding. So many of them are raring to change the world, to tackle the climate crisis, to harness AI, to be part of a brighter future. And all they need is the opportunity to succeed, and they will make us proud. This is what the government has promised, and the establishment and progression of Skills England is at the heart of that promise. Creating Skills England was one of this government's first acts. They are already doing important work. This bill is an important step towards fully empowering Skills England to reshape the skills landscape and get our economy growing. This government's number one priority is growth, to get the economy working again, working not just in some places and for some people, but everywhere, for everyone, north and south, urban and rural, for all backgrounds and abilities. The fragmented approach that we've seen over the last decade has never been so evident in the lack of pipeline for skills that we need right now and in the future. Skills and apprenticeships must be at the heart of that strategy. There are too many industries that are held back from their potential because of the skill shortages that we see. So many of the challenges that this country faces are rooted in the skills gap. Our housing crisis is built on a huge deficit in skilled construction workers. Our hospitals and care homes can't get the staff they need to do much more than hold together a system on the verge of collapse. And our economic productivity crisis is rooted in too many people, far too many people, who miss out on the opportunity to fulfil their potential. So neither they thrive themselves nor contribute to our thriving economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've spent my life working with water and the land. Blue-green infrastructure is absolutely vital, and new, smarter ways to work with nature are developing constantly. As we transition to net zero and sustainable development and growth, as we develop green energy solutions, we open up a whole sector of future jobs. In the coming decades, And in the coming decades, jobs and the blue-green economy will be as important as factories and coal mines were in the Industrial Revolution. We must embrace that opportunity now and use Skills England and the apprenticeship system to get our people ready for the jobs in an industry where we lead the world once again. Britain has never had the biggest population or the most land or the greatest supply of natural resources, but we've been able to lead the world for centuries because of the skill of British people. We lead through technology and innovation and craftsmanship through our wonderful natural talent. Britain sparked the Industrial Revolution, the workshop of the world, because of the skill of its workers. And that is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm really very happy to support this bill this evening.
Tom Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to see that we have some young people observing us today. Before coming to this place, I worked in research and development, leading a team of talented young engineers who were creating and realising new technologies to tackle the climate crisis. Some of those team members were apprentices. Some had been apprentices earlier in their careers. And we faced many challenges, not least a regulatory environment that struggled to move quickly with innovation, but also in finding relevant qualifications for new and emerging fields. Some of these challenges are inherent in doing something for the first time, but they were also the results of the UK engineering and industrial sector that have been neglected and in some places allowed to stagnate by political leaders who simply didn't get it. I'm pleased that this new government has embraced the values of purposeful mission-led goal setting alongside agility, partnership and a willingness to act fast and learn fast. Just like our regulatory environment, our education ecosystem that delivers skills and qualifications needs to become more agile and responsive, and this bill is an early step in that transformation to reviving the symbiosis of academia and industry in our nations. Anyone who works in engineering knows that there is no employee quite like an apprentice. Apprentices embody some of the most valuable skills needed in the workplace. Social competencies that fuel teamwork, empathy, excellent communication and shared purpose. Critical thinking and problem-solving skills built on perseverance, experimentation and pragmatism. A can-do attitude backed up by the hard skills honed in the real world. I've had numerous meetings with our local colleges in Worcester. They are champing at the bit to deliver the technical and vocational skills needed for the big transformations our country is facing in digital, in clean energy and in public services. They welcome our changes to reduce bureaucracy, lifting demotivating and burdensome requirements around English and Maths GCSEs, and the changes that we're beginning around shorter placements and funding bans. And they want us to keep going. I've been asked if we could look at industry-specific flexibility around English and Maths for 16 to 18-year-olds, with requirements integrated into standards. I've also been asked about further reviews of apprenticeship standards and funding bans in a wider range of areas such as hospitality and customer service. And they would like us to keep building on our partnership with the sector, providing clarity around future levy changes and Level 7 so they can plan more effectively. I'm pleased that this government is making changes that provide the agility and freedom to act quickly and responsively. Innovations in our economy will be founded upon innovations in our ecosystem of education and skills. We can see a creative, industrial and innovative renaissance in the UK, and I believe that apprentices will be in the thick of it, delivering the true power of a thriving economy, skilled and passionate people. So I urge the Secretary of State and our ministers in the Department for Education to continue this work at pace, and I'd like to express the appetite, ambition present in Worcester to play our part in delivering the technical and vocational skills of tomorrow through apprenticeships. They are ready to back her mission and to work in partnership with government to break down the barriers to opportunity and to see our country and every single person who makes it thrive.
Andrew Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and an honour to follow such a passionate speech about apprenticeships from my honourable friend. I was going to thank my right honourable friend from South Hollands and the Deepings for raising John Ruskin and William Morris in the chamber. I certainly think they should be raised more often. I might amend my comments to say it would certainly be nice to have some opposition members in the House during this important debate. It's nice to have some. To have some more would be quite good. But I would also say that it does feel that whereas we had William Morris and we've had John Ruskin, for some colleagues seem to be getting speech writing advice from Lewis Carroll, because some of the speeches from the opposition benches seem to have been through the looking glass in the problems they've been describing about what's happening. We seem to be lost in a debate where people are stuck on the function of a body rather than the purpose we're trying to do, which is to change and enhance people's lives in this. Madam Deputy Speaker, I must declare my interest before I continue as co-chair alongside my honourable friend from Chesterfield of the All-Party Group for Apprenticeships. Apprenticeships are my passion in this House and in life. So I certainly believe the transfer of functions and assets from the Institute of Apprenticeships and Technical Education to the New Skills England body is overwhelmingly a positive mood. This was a proposal made in our manifesto, another promise made and a promise being kept by this government. The rationale underpinning this bill is simple enough, that the scope of the Institute was too limited and letting too many people down. Vitally, Skills England will work with young workers on their learning journey, signposting them through the maze of qualifications and apprenticeship opportunities. But more than that, Skills England will identify the skills gap in our economy and work with the Industrial Strategy Council, the Migration Advisory Committee, to plug those gaps. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this matters to me in Peterborough, where we have some of the highest youth unemployment in the country. Apprenticeship starts down, unemployment up. It's clear to me that the work of Skills England must be aligned with the new industrial strategy, something we heard too little about from the opposition benches in their discussions of this issue. It doesn't matter what structure you have if you do not have industrial purpose, which this government will bring to our growth mission, but also our mission to remove barriers and transform lives. We must have cross-departmental and cross-agency joined up working to deliver the skills revolution and take us out of the old silos. So I'd like to ask the Minister when she replies to the debate, can I encourage her to detail how the industrial strategy and New Skills England bodies will work together to transform those opportunities? And again, can I invite the Minister to talk about how the Growth and Skills Levy will fit together with Skills England to deliver on those ambitions as well? As Madam Deputy Speaker, our number one mission is economic growth, spread to every part of the UK and built on the diverse base of industries and services. Our mission will be hamstrung unless we unleash a skills revolution. The first report of Skills England made this clear and shows the scale of the challenge. Employer investment in training has been in steady decline over the past decade, with training expenditure at its lowest level since records began in 2011. Investment per employee is down 19% in real terms. I know from talking to business leaders in my constituency, they find the qualifications landscape and the institute bewildering. They tell me skills supply is often mismatched against demand, and there are insufficient ways to encourage employers to invest in skills. I know from talking to learners in my constituency, the journey into skills careers are poorly signposted and often blocked. Learners too often lack the essential literacy, numeracy and digital skills prior to apprenticeships and skills to get the jobs they so often need. In short, we don't have the skilled workers to do the future jobs that will drive growth, and this bill goes a long way to address that by setting up the institutional and a purpose to get us there. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, apprenticeships are the golden thread that runs through this government's ambitions for growth. The New Skills England must recognise the certain centrality of apprenticeships to that and must bring them centre stage into our economy. The breadth, talent and determination of the apprenticeships I've met, like so many others in this chamber today, has been humbling. From butchers' apprentices in Newborough to construction apprentices at Lang O'Rourke building a new Olympia to creative learners at the Fashion Retail Academy. And recently I was delighted to welcome engineering apprentices from Caterpillar in my own constituency down to talk to us. These will give young people a clearer route into careers where the nation has skills gap. The new levy we're talking about as well will also fund short apprenticeship, giving learners and employers the greater flexibility. But overall, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must elevate the status of apprenticeships in our society and culture. I'm not decrying our universities, but we must end the snobbery which says an apprenticeship is second best to a degree. We must tackle the outmoded idea that learning and earning is a lesser option for young people. You don't hear that lazy trope in Sweden. You don't hear that lazy trope in Germany. We should never hear it here in the UK. So my third question to the Minister is this. How will Skills England work through this legislation to elevate the role of apprenticeships in our society? And so to my final point to the Minister is this. Skills and apprenticeships are not only the engine of growth, they are also the ladder of opportunity. The Minister will have seen the excellent briefings on this bill from the cooperative group to which I am a member. And one of their central challenges is that we shouldn't just be creating more apprenticeships, we should be ensuring that Skills England has a responsibility to improve outcomes for those with lower socio-economic backgrounds, working class kids in my constituency as well. This will ensure the new body has social mobility baked into it from its inception. Not only would this deliver better outcomes for those from working class backgrounds, but it also encouraged Skills England to thoroughly measure the impact. So could I ask the Minister, when she addresses comments later, to talk about how we will measure the impact in cities like mine, as well as the country as a whole, as we success? So finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a wonderful bill. I am pleased to support it. I am pleased to put on record my support to the ministerial team, particularly Baroness Smith of Malvern in the other House, who has been kind with her time and brilliant with this bill. Thank you.
Josh Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My driving focus as Hertford and Stortford's MP is to make our community an even better place to live, work and learn. I'm delighted to speak in this debate today, and I have no doubt that the measures in this bill will allow us to harness the talents of our young people through ambitious skills reform that will drive growth and unlock opportunity. Our young people in Hertford and Stortford are keen to take advantage of these opportunities, and the confidence that apprenticeships instil in our young people cannot be overstated. Earlier this month, I had the pleasure of visiting the Hertford Regional College's Ware campus to mark National Apprenticeships Week. It was great to meet some of their talented hairdressing apprentices and hear how they're starting to fill jobs at small and medium-sized businesses in our local area and learn more about HRC's apprenticeship offer for my constituents. In our community, we can see how apprenticeships are helping young people to find the path that is right for them, develop skills for life and drive the local economy. But for too long, those opportunities have been out of reach for too many young people in our area, leaving those for whom traditional education doesn't work, who want to pursue an apprenticeship or another form of education, slipping through the cracks. Apprenticeship starts crashed under the watch of the previous government. A broken apprenticeships levy let down businesses and young people alike, and both are now crying out for change. I'm pleased that this government will introduce a new growth and skills levy, enabling employers to access a broader range of high-quality training offers, providing them with more flexibility and helping learners to access opportunities that will improve their lives. The Department for Education's Employer Skills Survey showed that around 36% of all UK vacancies in 2022 were skills shortage vacancies, a huge increase from 22% in 2017, and a clear indicator of the damage done to the economy because of a lack of a strong skills offer. This Labour government will tackle the critical skills shortages that have hamstrung our economy, and apprenticeships will power this mission-driven government and our plan for change. We know that the skills needed for economic growth come from the community up. This bill will pave the way for Skills England to find and fill skills gaps, ensuring that our skills and apprenticeship offer can harness the talent of young people in communities like mine and deliver the growth that our country needs. This bill will allow us to build a skills system that empowers our young people, caters to their diverse talents, and once again restores skills as a national priority. Most importantly, it will provide the tools for young people in Hertford and Stortford to break down the barriers to opportunity, to find the path that is right for them and reach their full potential, and I will proudly vote for it this evening.
Dan Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill is a significant step towards streamlining and strengthening our technical education and apprenticeship system, and as somebody who worked in the apprenticeship sector in different roles, I am a big fan. So many of us have seen firsthand how apprenticeships transform lives, how they build dignity in young people's work and help them establish fulfilling careers. Joy at all of this unlocked potential has, however, been continually frustrated by the decline in apprenticeships seen over the past decade. And this decline must be reversed, and that surely is an aim that can unite this entire House. And that is what this bill is about, delivering the step change in skills we so desperately need if we are to rebuild our communities and our country. My constituents must be able to earn, learn and thrive because of what we do in this place, not in spite of what we do in this place.
Yeah.
For towns like Weston-super-Mare and Wirral, technical education and apprenticeships are fundamental to enterprise, prosperity and economic independence for our young people. But sadly, for towns like mine, they've never really been able to fully take advantage of those benefits because of a lot of the red tape and the hoops that providers and SMEs have had to jump through. For too long, we've seen a fragmented technical education system plagued by that very red tape and inefficiencies. With the huge responsibility and expectations on this government to deliver significantly improved life chances for communities, we must break down barriers and blockers to progress everywhere, and we must be bold in the way we restructure the state to make it deliver. Our employers, training providers, and most importantly, our apprentices deserve a system that is responsive, transparent, and aligned with the needs of our economy and our society. The young people of Weston-super-Mare are bursting with potential and ambition, yet they have often been let down by needless bureaucracy and a lack of the right opportunities and resources, the right information, advice and guidance to develop the skills needed by today's employers. Communities like mine have been left behind when it comes to successive skills strategies which overlook the nuances in our local economies, especially when it comes to supporting the needs of small and medium-sized enterprises, which are the overwhelming majority of the private sector enterprise in towns like mine, whether that's Weston-super-Mare Association Football Club, whether it's the Ascot Group, or whether it is our beloved Grand Pier. The bill removes bureaucracy and will make the system work better. It allows the Secretary of State to act swiftly when necessary to respond to industry needs and deliver the flexibility crucial in the job market, where skills requirements are constantly evolving and moving on at an unprecedented pace. If we are serious about providing high-quality technical education, closing the skills gap and developing our workforce, we must structure our institutions to achieve these goals. We must also make sure towns up and down the country, like Weston-super-Mare, which sit outside cities and currently outside combined authority areas, are fully considered and not left behind in any reforms to skills and apprenticeships, and have a seat at the table when it comes to skills and growth plans. This bill is a huge step in the right direction, and I urge all my colleagues across the House to support it.
I call Luke Murphy.
Deputy Speaker. For too long, our skills system had not delivered due to policies that simply haven't worked. Businesses have struggled to recruit the skilled workers they need, young people haven't got the opportunities they deserve, and investment in training has gone backwards. The previous government talked a good game and introduced measures like the apprenticeship levy with big promises, but in reality their approach was slow, bureaucratic and failed to deliver. I think it's worth noting, and I've already said in my intervention on members opposite, that I feel that their criticism of this bill in the House today has focused far too much on the structures and not the outcomes. But since they have done that, I think it is just worth reiterating a point. The Standards and Testing Agency sets the statutory assessments for school pupils and it develops professional skills tests for trainee teachers. It is an agency that is an executive agency, just as Skills England will be. It was formerly a non-departmental public body, just as IfATE was. And the Standards and Testing Agency was set up in October 2011. So I'm not sure that the criticisms around structure actually hold any merit, and is rather a distraction from the record of the party opposite. On their watch, investment in skills fell, apprenticeship starts dropped, and critical sectors are still facing chronic skills shortages. And employers up and down the country have been left navigating a system that just doesn't work for them. And that's why this bill is so important, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's about fixing what's broken and making sure our skills system actually works for workers, businesses and the wider economy. To celebrate Apprenticeship Week, I visited Basingstoke College of Technology to talk to their current class of carpentry and joinery apprentices and to speak to leaders at the college. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was a particular privilege for me because my dad was a carpenter. He left school at 15 with no qualifications, but in the trade that he learned on the job, he had skill and pride in his craft. He didn't have the opportunity that many young people I met last week in Basingstoke had, with the fantastic support structures around apprentices today and more that we're going to build, and all the brilliant ways that an apprenticeship can help turbocharge the careers of so many talented and skilled young people. But one thing that was made very clear to me from my visit, just at BCOT alone, is that they are massively oversubscribed for many of the apprenticeships that they offer. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, worries me, because it shows that too many young people aren't getting access to the resources they need to learn a trade, left behind by more than a decade of a failure to deliver. And so I'm pleased that this government, through this bill, is working harder and faster through its very first education bill to be introduced, to cut red tape and give people greater opportunities to start apprenticeships. With 1,250 apprentices currently training in Basingstoke, 310 just starting and 110 having just completed their courses, the Labour government is already making progress, but there is much more to do. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want Basingstoke to be the best place for someone to learn a trade, to start a career and build a life for themselves. And I believe it is this bill that helps to deliver just that, laying the groundwork to establish Skills England and taking a step towards a more joined-up, responsive approach. Skills England will replace the current fragmented system with one that properly assesses national and regional skilled needs, which will be absolutely crucial if we're to meet the challenges of the future, ensuring that we're training people for the jobs that actually exist in the places where they're actually needed. This isn't just about cutting red tape. It's about making sure that our approach to apprenticeships and technical education is fit for the modern economy. For years, the system has been tied up in rigid, outdated rules that make it harder to respond to the fast-changing needs of industries like digital, green energy and advanced manufacturing. The changes in this bill will allow for a more flexible, forward-thinking approach, one that actually meets the needs of employers and workers alike. A big part of that will also be about replacing the old apprenticeship levy, which has been too restrictive, with a new growth and skills levy. And this will give employers the freedom to invest in a wider range of training opportunities. But as other members have said, we must put an end to the snobbery around skills and apprenticeships. For too long, highly skilled and essential trades have not been given the recognition they deserve. Too often they've been seen as somehow less valuable than the careers that require a university degree, despite being just as vital, just as skilled and just as valuable to our economy and society. I'm proud that this government is changing that narrative. We need these skills to drive growth, we need them to build homes and the infrastructure that we need, and we need these skills to deliver energy security. We do have the opportunity here to fix the mistakes of the past and build something better. I urge colleagues to support this bill because a strong skills system isn't just good for business in the economy, it's good for everyone.
Bobby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the co-chair for the all-party parliamentary group for apprenticeships with my honourable friend from Peterborough, I very much welcome the focus that the government is putting on this crucial aspect of skills policy. The government has inherited a wildly diverse and dysfunctional skills landscape. I wouldn't go so far as to describe what we have as a skills system. That seems to suggest something far more considered and structured than what currently exists. This bill is the government's first very small legislative step towards addressing the skills crisis that is one of our nation's biggest barriers to growth and productivity. It is almost impossible to have a meeting with an employer, private or public sector, without the issue of the UK's skills deficit arising. And apprenticeships are a crucial but criminally underutilised dimension of providing Britain's learners with an opportunity to earn while they learn and providing our employers with skilled and qualified workers who contribute in the workplace as they develop the skills they will need. Indeed, the government's ambitious aspirations for growth will remain purely aspirations if the current failure in our skills approach isn't rectified. Now, the Right Honourable Lady from Sevenoaks suggested that the previous Conservative government's record on apprenticeships was a world-class one. I beg to differ. In discussing apprenticeships, it's worth firstly identifying what is wrong with the current system before considering the extent to which this bill moves us towards solving those issues. Firstly, it's estimated that around £480 million will be left unspent in major employers' apprenticeship levy pot this year. FE News reported in February 2024 that SME apprenticeship starts fell by 49% since the introduction of the apprenticeship levy. The cost, rigidity and bureaucracy of the current system were all cited as reasons why SMEs don't now take on apprentices. Level 2 and Level 3 apprenticeships particularly fall, with 53% reduction since the introduction of the levy and a growing portion of the levy pot being spent on degree-level courses. Degree-level apprenticeships should be a huge social mobility tool, with learners that might be dissuaded from attending university from poorer backgrounds relishing the opportunity to secure a degree whilst working and without accruing the debt. But shockingly, recent research has shown that degree apprenticeships are very much being swept up by the wealthier students, with free school meals pupils being less likely to get a degree apprenticeship than they are to get a place at Oxbridge. Finally, the completion rate of apprenticeships is worryingly low at just 54.3% of all students, compared with 97% of A-level students passing across all their subjects. This has many causes, and the government has set about addressing one of them with the removal of the need to pass functional maths and English to complete an apprenticeship for under-19s. But there also needs to be a much greater link between the completion of the apprenticeship and the fitness to practice requirements, because many learners don't complete the apprenticeship not because that means that they failed, because they may well have secured the skills they needed to start work and don't see the apprenticeship as relevant once the job has been secured. So there is a great deal for the noble Baroness Smith in the other place to get her teeth into. This bill is the Skills England bill that dare not speak its name. By abolishing IfATE, it lays the groundwork for the important creation of Skills England. Now, there are important questions for the government to answer, and I hope that when my honourable friend from Lewisham responds to the debate, she'll be able to enlighten us on a number of them. Firstly, is she concerned that Skills England will have the necessary weight and independence to bring about the scale of change that their own report acknowledged was needed? What will the extended scope of Skills England be beyond the identification of standards and the potential alternative use of the government's new growth and skills levy? If she isn't clear on what shape Skills England will take without post-IfATE, is she concerned that abolishing IfATE without being clear on what will replace it and where the responsibility for those functions will fall? Can she say any more about how the voice of employers will be heard when these powers are centralised with the Secretary of State? I think there may be huge enthusiasm for the Secretary of State taking a more streamlined approach on occasions to the process of creating new standards. IfATE is seen as too cumbersome. But does the Minister agree that it must be the exception rather than the rule? And how will she ensure that employers' voices are still heard? Can she confirm that the power to approve standards will indeed pass to Skills England once that's been created? And can she say any more about what the role of Skills England will be with regard to the Growth and Skills Levy? I very much welcome Baroness Smith's announcement about removing the need for passing of maths and English for over 19 students. But has my honourable friend done any assessment of the merits of this for students under the age of 19? And I'd be interested in understanding the arguments in favour of that change for over 19s that don't apply to those students under 19. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hugely welcome the Government's commitment to this area of policy and the positive initial steps that have been made. I suspect it will not be news to my honourable friend to know that I think there is far greater systemic change needed if we're going to deliver the more transformational change that our employers, our learners and indeed our nation desperately needs.
Lauren Edwards.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I won't be supporting the amendment, but will be speaking in favour of the bill. As many have highlighted, there is a gap between the skills needed by employers and the skills held by the UK workforce. Skills shortage vacancies have been on rise year after year. The latest data shows a third of all vacancies are due to skill shortages. It is holding our country back, and therefore the system needs to change. Now, the immediate skills gaps need to be addressed urgently, but just as pressing is the need to have a single body considering the skills that our businesses and our workforce will need 10, 20, 30 years from now. 1.4 million jobs are predicted by 2035 alone. And many of these new jobs will need technical green skills, digital skills, and understanding of artificial intelligence. If our government is to achieve the changes in this country that so many people voted for, more homes, green energy and economic growth that puts money back into people's pockets, then skills is the key ingredient. And the importance of apprenticeships and technical qualifications to that mission really can't be underestimated. I was immensely proud when the Prime Minister and the Education Secretary visited Mid-Kent College in my constituency before the election to set out their ambition to put vocational education on the same footing as academic university education. If Skills England is to achieve its aims and help us to meet the skills challenges our country faces, then it must cover all areas. So I really welcome this bill, which folds IfATE into Skills England to enable that integrated approach to support our labour market and economy. As others have mentioned, this bill will make Skills England an executive agency of the Department for Education. I'm pleased that ministers amended this bill in the other place to require the Secretary of State to lay a report before Parliament detailing the exercise of functions conferred on her by this bill. I understand this will also make clear the functions that Skills England will take on and the expected effects of these functions. I likewise welcome the commitment to publish details of the framework that will be used to hold Skills England to account for its delivery and its relationship with employers. The clarity these documents will provide will be most welcome. I would also like to take the very brief opportunity to welcome the reforms announced by the government during Apprenticeship Week. The apprenticeship levy under the former government, well-meaning though it was too cumbersome and too restrictive for too many employers and learners. And as a result, apprenticeship starts fell off a cliff, and the latest data on apprenticeship completion rates shows a completion rate of just 55% in England. So I'm really pleased the government has listened to employers and training providers and committed to make the new growth and skills levy that will replace the apprenticeship levy simpler, more flexible and employer-led. I note that Skills England will be tasked with carrying out analysis of the broader types of training that will be eligible under this new levy, and I look forward to seeing the outcome of that work that will be hugely beneficial to employers and apprentices. A common issue with the current apprenticeship schemes in this country, as others have mentioned, is that it doesn't work for small and medium enterprises who do not have large HR departments to help navigate the often complex skills landscape. And nowhere is this more apparent than in my local authority area of Medway, where 90% of all businesses are SMEs. So I'd be very interested if the Minister could set out how the government will ensure the voices of SMEs will be heard so that we get an apprenticeship framework that works for all types of businesses. This is going to be particularly important if we are to drive growth across all parts of the country. I know, for instance, there are some larger businesses looking at how they can provide practical apprenticeship support to SMEs in their supply chain. So it would be good to know if the government is considering how it can best incentivise approaches such as this, which will help hugely by de-risking apprenticeships for SMEs. Likewise, I know there's some amazing smaller training providers. I have a fantastic women-led one in my constituency called Umbrella Training. It is equally important that their experiences and needs are reflected in the new apprenticeship system. There are always risks associated with change, that is unavoidable. There is obviously some concern that the transfer of IfATE to Skills England may lead to a level of disruption. So it would be helpful if the Minister would provide details of the main risks identified by her department for the transition and how they will be managed and mitigated. Doing so would help to provide assurance to those currently undertaking apprenticeships and other technical qualifications, as well as to employers. And it will be particularly important to ensure that the knowledge and expertise of staff at IfATE, no doubt built up over many years, is not lost during this process. There are other issues that it will also be helpful for Skills England to set out in due course, such as what changes may be proposed to the Local Skills Improvement Plan framework, and assurance that local areas will be able to prioritise sectors or industries that are key to driving their local economy that may not feature in the government's industrial strategy, as mentioned by my honourable friend for Stoke-on-Trent Central earlier in the debate. Anything further the Minister could say on these points at this stage would be welcome. And finally, Clause 6 of this bill removes the requirement to review technical educational qualifications at regular intervals. Instead, the Secretary of State will have the flexibility to focus on reviews based on need. It would be helpful if the Minister, in her response, could outline what steps will be taken to ensure the quality and relevance of qualifications is maintained under the new framework.
Before I call the next member, can I just remind members very gently that their comments should be no longer than 5 minutes. I call Mayor Ellis.
Like many of my colleagues here, this year's National Apprenticeship Week has really brought to light for me the amazing work being done by businesses, organisations and students across my constituency in Ribble Valley. Just listening to a lot of the comments today across the House about how we need to sort of improve the culture and perception around technical education, I'm minded to reflect on experience I had when I was in Year 9 and getting quite high results in my electronics exams. And I had an amazing teacher, Miss Robinson, who asked me one day if I'd considered doing a BTEC in engineering. Now, I didn't end up following that route. But I do wonder what our productivity would be like today if our culture and our kind of, promotion of that kind of technical route, particularly for people who were very academic, was more around back in the day, and where our productivity might be today if we kind of promoted that more back then. I'm really excited at the prospect of this bill laying the groundwork for the new body Skills England to realise our ambitious missions for growth and opportunity. I think one of the best commitments in this government's manifesto was actually to link immigration and skills policy in an effort to tackle the UK's reliance on international recruitment. Indeed, in a panel I was on with fellow candidates in Lancashire during the general election campaign, a fellow candidate standing for reform actually remarked after I explained the commitment that actually he really liked that idea. So I'll be interested to see if his colleagues agree today. Skills England will work closely with the Migration Advisory Committee and the Industrial Strategy Council to develop an evidence-based approach to the labour market, which the committee, with the committee set to monitor sectors where skills shortages are leading to increases in overseas recruitment. Importantly, this will mean sectors reliant on overseas workers will be focused on to ensure that they are addressing their failure to invest in skills in the UK. To support British workers the best we can, it's promising to hear that international recruitment won't be the standard choice for employers filling skill shortages. While migration can play a strategic role in supporting our economy, it must not be utilised as a means to address skills or training shortages in the UK over supporting British workers here. Just in general, we're far too familiar now with pressing skills gaps negatively affecting our economy. 20% of our UK workforce could be significantly underskilled for their jobs by 2030, and 1.5 million jobs in England are at risk of at least some of their tasks being automated in the future. But there are businesses and organisations leading the charge in tackling this. In my previous life away from this place, I was privileged to work alongside the Lancashire Skills Hub and the Lancashire Digital Skills Partnership, who have long been pioneers for developing our skills landscape in this country. And I'd like to put on record my thanks to Michelle Lawty-Jones and Kerry Harrison, who lead those services, piloting programmes like the Skills Boot Camps, which they made such a success of in Lancashire that the previous government rolled them out nationally. Their hard work also secured the Lancashire and Cumbria Institute of Technology, which I was delighted to get to visit last week at their base in Preston College in my constituency. The principal, Simon Nixon, and many of the students spoke to me about the technical training they'd received in areas such as health and social care, construction, counselling and engineering. Vitally, Preston College collaborates closely with industry experts and businesses to ensure its curriculum is up to date and reflects the needs of the economy, and is working with around 950 employers who help design the curriculum, support assessments, offer mentoring and industry placements for its IoT students. A great example of this is their work with Leyland Trucks, who reported a need for electric vehicle training for its apprentices, so the college embedded a new module into its Institute of Technology course. One key need the college meets is providing increased opportunities for adult education, and the upcoming devolution deal in Lancashire will undoubtedly allow organisations to have increased say in adult education budgets so they can boost local productivity and foster the right opportunities for the North West. However, they do have a concern, the college, around the reported reduction in adult skills budgets by around 2 to 3%. For colleges that have little adult work or where they have struggled to deliver against contract, this might be less of a problem. But for Preston College, in my constituency, they get around 20% of their income from adult provision and have been able to over-deliver for the last few years. Any reduction that was simply applied across the board would hit Preston College's delivery, particularly in key areas like construction and ESOL, and is likely to add further to cost pressures already being felt. While we're undoubtedly under severe financial pressures at the moment, we need to be careful that short-term savings don't impact the long-term skills development we desperately need to lead us to a better financial outlook in future. So I welcome the Minister's comments on that. What really blew me away at Preston College, though, was the feel of the place. It felt inspiring, modern, a place to really grow. And I heard from students who'd had more negative experiences elsewhere, but felt truly at home here. That's what government investment can do for the well-being of areas in need of growth, and that's the opportunity we have with this bill. BAE is another business operating within my constituency, offering fantastic training and skills opportunities, particularly through apprenticeships. What really moved me on my visit recently, which I was delighted the Minister for Skills, Baroness Smith, was able to join me on, was that one young person who had tried a few times to get a role at BAE Systems, and because of the multitude of inclusive routes that BAE provide for young people to end up on one of their apprenticeships, he eventually found a route in that allowed his strengths and potential to shine and allow him to secure a role. I know from having worked in economic development in Lancashire in the past that many of the local SMEs in the area have benefited previously from BAE Systems overtraining on their apprenticeship programmes so that there is a supply of apprentices who can flow into the surrounding SME chain. As many people have noted here today, one of the big challenges we have is how we support SMEs to support apprenticeships when they may only need one or two. The route that BAE went down came from targeted government funding, and I would welcome this government considering something similar. BAE had the training infrastructure to provide this support much more efficiently than most SMEs would do trying to do it themselves. So we should maximise our productivity in how we train people by making the most of the successful structures we already have. I'm also just delighted to say that almost half of people starting apprenticeships in Ribble Valley in the past year were aged over 25, showing that people within my constituency are ambitious and committed to lifelong learning. I fully support this bill, and I can't wait to see Skills England established to support those looking to improve their skills by bringing about a more data-driven and joined-up skills system for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's often said, excuse me, that the UK is increasingly a knowledge economy, a place where our growth and jobs come both from trade-in ideas and information as well as physical goods. And I think that this government's plan for growth clearly recognises that and placed our strengths, which is now why we are the second most attractive country to invest in globally, according to a recent PwC report. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's absolutely vital that the benefits of this are felt equally across our country. Areas with proud industrial heritages, like my constituency of Mansfield, did not get the investment and training programmes that they needed under previous governments, and our young people have suffered the consequences of that. Many of them facing the unenviable choice between staying trapped in unstable and low-quality employment or leaving their hometowns to seek opportunity elsewhere in the country. And my election in July was a resounding vote for change in Mansfield, and my first mission for the constituency was to fight for a growing economy with good quality jobs for everyone. And for this reason, I will be very pleased to vote for today's bill, which is a major step in the progress of this government's reform of the skills and apprenticeship system. Apprenticeships are a critical component for high-quality jobs in Mansfield, and on my visits to businesses around my constituency, I've been fortunate enough to see the great work already being done by some of our employers, working in partnership with West Notts College and Nottingham Trent University. This includes local aerospace and nuclear electronics company Glenair, who recently took on 60 apprentices, Meaden Power Saving Solutions in Warsop, Capita in Mansfield, who are doing particularly good work to support people with disabilities to access and sustain employment through apprenticeships. So the opportunities that they are providing are not just for school leavers, they're also to those who are retraining and getting back into the world of work. We can't underestimate the importance of that for the individuals themselves, the local economy, and for productivity and growth nationally. And we need to be doing more in order to encourage that type of opportunity across the country and in my constituency in Mansfield. And therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the changes that we're voting on today, in particular the transfer of powers from the old Institute for Apprenticeships and Technical Education to the new Skills England body, and the reform of the apprenticeship levy. These two measures will help bring together the patchwork of schemes and organisations that currently exist under one roof and result in a more flexible system and give our local training pioneers the support that they need. So Britain needs to begin the process of reskilling workers. I'd like to draw attention to the work as well that Nottingham Trent are doing with West Notts to encourage adult learners that facilitate direct entry into the renewables workforce. Another great example. I expect the impacts of this to be transformative for Mansfield in the long term, and for this reason I'd like to end by inviting the Minister to come and visit the constituency. She will be able to see for herself the start that's been made in upskilling our young people and adults, as well as just how far these changes will go in delivering secure, fulfilling, well-paid employment. We are a place in Mansfield with significant latent potential, and I believe that a keen-eyed collaboration between local businesses, further and higher education, and the government will support our former neglected area to realise the potential that we have.
Curry Thentwistle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Too many young people are being let down by a skills and training system that doesn't work for them. For too long, Britain has been a country where technical education was treated as second class, where skills shortages stifled success, and where talent went untapped. Let's be clear, the Conservatives' legacy has failed our young people, and they cannot keep using the pandemic as an excuse. 41% of people aged 16 to 24 were economically inactive in the North West between October 2023 and September 2024. Nationally, that number was 11.4%. So I'd be really interested to hear what members opposite have to say to young people in the North West. Within the last 2 years, skills shortages have left more than a third of UK vacancies unfilled, while the number of 16 to 24-year-olds looking for work has doubled. That's over 420,000 young people wanting to work, wanting to contribute to our economy, but without the right training, they can't get the jobs that need filling, jobs that they could thrive in if we had the right skills system. Our young people are not lazy, rather it is the system the Conservatives left behind that has failed them. Visiting businesses in Bolton, I know employers are desperate for skilled workers and that they recognise skills training and apprenticeships as a way forward. The young apprentices I've met in Bolton are thriving. They have security, skills and a clear path ahead, and that confidence is transforming lives and livelihoods. That's why I'm proud that through this bill, this Labour government is establishing Skills England. Because skills are not second class, they are the backbone of Britain. Skills England will break barriers that have left entire regions like mine behind. In Bolton, we've already seen what works. Bolton Lads and Girls Club, part of the outstanding youth charity Onside,
has achieved remarkable success with its On Track initiative. This programme provides one-to-one support for young people who are not in education, employment or training, offering practical help with CV building, interview preparation and visits to businesses. But more than that, it broadens their horizons, showing them the many promising alternatives to the traditional university route, pathways that may better suit their skills and ambitions. I recently visited Bolton College, like many other colleagues, during National Apprenticeships Week. Their apprenticeship programme is another shining example of how investment in skills transforms lives. From health and early years education to engineering, digital skills and low-carbon construction, Bolton College is equipping young people with the expertise businesses urgently need. During my visit, it was clear that the apprenticeship levy's rigid restrictions, allowing funds to cover training but not wages, are directly preventing businesses from hiring more apprentices. So I sincerely hope Skills England will review the apprenticeship levy so more young people can earn while they learn and employers can fill those critical skills gaps. Madam Deputy Speaker, the successes of Onside and Bolton College prove what happens when we invest in skills and opportunities. Now we must take these lessons and scale them up nationally. This bill and Skills England are not just about education reform, it's an economic necessity and critical for growth. Because Britain cannot build, grow or lead without a workforce that is skilled for the future. But let's also be clear about what Skills England is not. It is not another Quango, not more red tape, not just another government agency. Skills England is a promise to young people that their future doesn't have to follow a single path, a promise to businesses that they will have the workforce that they need to thrive, and a promise to this country that Britain's best days are ahead and not behind. We need more builders, engineers, coders, carers, welders, the people who power this country. And I am proud that this Labour government is ending the snobbery around skills and finally putting apprenticeships on an equal footing with academia. And I wholeheartedly support this bill and the opportunities Skills England will create for my constituents, not least for young people. Thank you.
Amanda Martin.
Deputy Speaker, I've been proudly championing the very neglected skills and trade sector since arriving in this place. Because unfortunately, one of the most toxic legacies of the previous government is a crisis in education and training with overwhelming barriers to opportunity to far too many young people and a real downplaying of practical vocational skills, not only in the eyes of students, but often their parents and the wider community. A stark contrast to what we see across Europe, Australia and the USA. Apprenticeships offer young people an alternative pathway to success and one that is not only vital for our communities, but is practical, hands-on and deeply connected to the industries that drive our economy. We must start by ensuring that we value all pathways and people if we are going to move towards a productive, highly skilled population and achieve our growth targets. Vocational training is hugely important, Madam Deputy Speaker. However, in 2022, we had only 340,000 apprenticeships start, compared to 11 years before that with 520. Young people in my city of Portsmouth are not always able to access the well-paid jobs, despite there being many opportunities on our doorstep from the defence, maritime, space, science and trade sector, to name a few. We must improve and promote vocational pathways through increasing the number of apprenticeships available, improving apprenticeship completion rates, increasing financial support and increasing the flexibility of these courses. And I believe this bill establishes Skills England is the first step to achieving some of this much needed elevation of our skills sector. Only a third of apprenticeships are currently completed, a shockingly low statistic. And this could be improved by increasing financial support. So it's welcome to see the 18% increase in apprenticeship rate of pay from April to help make apprenticeships more attractive. However, it would be good to see more targeted support made available to those who have dependents and other financial responsibilities. I welcome the government's commitment to relook at the levy and the length of apprenticeships. Adopting a modular structure and increasing flexibility in apprenticeships could significantly boost completion rates by providing a more adaptable learning experience. Increasing flexibility also accommodates diverse learning needs and life circumstances, making it easier for apprentices to balance work, training alongside personal and financial commitments. I look forward to Skills England examining these issues in a new chapter for innovative thinking on apprenticeships. In my constituency of Portsmouth North, the City of Portsmouth College is a centre of excellence for apprenticeship training, especially in the areas of gas engineering and refrigeration, air conditioning and heat pump engineering, playing a vital role in equipping young people with the skills they need and we need as a city and a country. The college's Gas Assessment Centre is now the leading provider of gas assessment training in Portsmouth, Hampshire and West Sussex, ensuring our region remains at the forefront of these essential industries. From skilled trades like bricklayers, electrical engineering, carpentry and plastering, to professional careers in business administrating, accounting and early years education. The range of courses reflects the diverse need of our local workforce. Crucially, these programmes are supported by strong partnerships with major employers, BAE, Airbus, Queen Alexandra Hospital of the NHS and, of course, the Royal Navy. These partnerships ensure that apprenticeships receive not just a direct link to potential careers, but means students can feel the value of training and future opportunities. The success of this approach is evident, and I'm particularly proud to mention James Rowland, an apprentice in refrigeration, air conditioning and heat pump engineering, who won the silver in the World Skills UK RAC competition in December, an incredible achievement that showcases the high calibre of training and people in my city. We must also recognise the importance of sustainability in our skills development, and earlier this year the City of Portsmouth College facilitated access to green skills funding, enabling local plumbing and heating businesses, particularly small and medium enterprises, to train apprentices in sustainability. This is precisely the kind of forward-thinking initiative that ensures our work remains prepared for the challenges of the future. And I'm proud my city is embracing and looking forward to extending these opportunities with Skills England.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A government that is ambitious about growth also needs to be serious about skills, because without the workforce trained to build the homes we need, insulate them, install the next generation of EV charging infrastructure, deliver excellent healthcare and social care, and deliver high-quality early years education, none of this government's missions are achievable. Better skills mean good, often well-paid jobs. Apprenticeships are a driver of social mobility, and I'm determined that my constituents feel the benefit of these opportunities. Skills England has much to do to pull together a fractured skills landscape and deliver real change, but this bill will enable it to make a solid start. My constituency is home to an excellent further education college, Bracknell and Woking College, who are already doing so much to offer young people the chance to develop the skills of the future. Everything from social care to sustainable technologies, from working in pharmaceuticals to construction. They're currently training over 100 electrical installation apprentices, for example, providing them with hands-on training in state-of-the-art electrical installation workshops, recently renovated with more than £200,000 of investment. This facility ensures that learners gain practical experience with the latest industry standard equipment, preparing them for high-demand roles in electrical engineering, construction and sustainable technologies. Last week, I visited the Bracknell Forest Skills Hub, led by Nikki Burns, a small business owner herself with years of experience. The hub is proactively identifying with employers where the skill gaps are, working with potential and existing employees to address those gaps, and teaming up with education providers, including my local college, to design bespoke courses to plug the gap. All backed with support from local and national government. Since launching in September, the Skills Hub has already engaged with over 40 businesses, offered tailored support to over 50 job seekers, trained 300 employees, and built 2 bespoke courses. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a system working as it should, but we need more collaboration. And Skills England will have a huge role to play in identifying skills gaps at both a national and local level, and ensuring that businesses and government are talking to each other. Because businesses understand the value of good skills and apprenticeships for their workforce. Waitrose, whose head office is in my constituency, is just one example. They currently have 1,200 partners on live apprenticeships across 30 schemes. When I visited Waitrose last year to meet some of their apprentices, I saw the true range of opportunities available, from people training up to look after Waitrose delivery fleet and maintain their bodywork, to apprentices studying for a T-level in finance in partnership with Bracknell and Woking College. and smaller scale schemes too, offering routes into employment, like their Building Happier Futures programme, designed to support care experienced young people, including those who've been in kinship care, into work. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I have spoken to Waitrose and other businesses in my constituency, they've told me one barrier they face to offering more apprenticeships is the inflexibility of the apprenticeship levy and the overly burdensome requirements needed to run and recruit onto an apprenticeship. That's why the government's reforms to apprenticeships announced 2 weeks ago are so very welcome, to provide more flexibility for employers and those wanting to take up these opportunities, shortening the length of some apprenticeships and scrapping the need to pass English and Maths GCSE for adult apprentices. These are common sense changes backed by business. To be successful, Skills England will also need to get a grip on the lengthy time it currently takes to update frameworks to ensure apprenticeships remain always at the cutting edge. And it's also vital that opportunities be genuinely open to all, including to those with additional needs. ONS data shows that only 29% of autistic people are in paid employment. That isn't good enough. And more targeted support is needed at a local and national level to ensure more autistic people can better access apprenticeships and other skills. And Bracknell Forest Council are currently looking at how they address this autism employment gap, particularly through more support into apprenticeships and other forms of work experience. Madam Deputy Speaker, Skills England has a huge job ahead of it, in a country where too often we've relied on importing skills rather than nurturing our own talent, which is not progressive, and where too many young people have missed out on valuable opportunities. Skills gaps are preventing us from building and growing and thriving, and it will be Skills England at the vanguard as this government works to fix all of that. No small task, but one where the reward is great.
Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am proud to be a Derby MP and to represent a city with incredible engineering, manufacturing and technological expertise and skills. We make things in Derby. And yes, we do have industrial giants like Rolls-Royce and Alstom and Toyota, but we also have brilliant small and medium-sized companies in their supply chains and more broadly from across a wide range of industries, from rail to defence, nuclear energy to food production, aviation to digital technology and more. And what attracts so many businesses to locate in Derby is our skilled workforce. But I know that even our city feels the skills shortages we have in this country, which under the last government saw a third of UK job vacancies as a result of skills shortages, and our uptake of level 4 and 5 technical training in England fall to historically low levels. So I warmly welcome this bill in laying the groundwork for the establishment of Skills England to assess and help address our skills shortages. Our larger companies in Derby have been investing in skills and apprenticeships like the Rolls-Royce Nuclear Skills Academy, which offers 200 apprenticeships a year, working with the University of Derby and Derby College, and the Toyota Academy, which provides skills not just for their own apprentices, but for partner companies too. And many of our small and medium-sized employers are investing in their future by investing in skills, like tech company Barron McCann, who I recently visited, and engineering firm Tidyco, which supports apprentices but also goes into local schools, teaching young people the metalwork skills they need to make metal toolboxes. But I have met many businesses who say that finding skilled workers is one of the greatest challenges they face, and that under the last government, they found apprenticeships too difficult and too inflexible to access. We are fortunate in Derby to have Derby College, which is one of the largest FE colleges in the UK, and the University Technical College Derby, who both work closely with employers to ensure they are providing the skills needed. And one of the students told me that what he loved about learning at the UTC was that he felt he was learning something real. We have over 3,000 apprentices in Derby, but I know that we need many, many more. And it's not just people who are starting out that need careers, but we also need to reskill our workforce and allow those mid-career to move into new roles and new industries. And I want to raise skill shortages in a sector close to my heart. Last week, I and my honourable friend for Derby South held a meeting organised for us by the Rail Forum with the rail sector about skills. And I often meet people in rail who talk about it as a sector as Britain's best kept secret. Sometimes with people who join by accident but stay because of the range of opportunities the sector offers, from engineers to customer services, project management to catering, digital roles and technicians, and many more. And the Rail Delivery Group identifies that rail adds some 98 billion annually to local economies and 26 billion in environmental and social benefits. But the National Skills Academy for Rail reports that a third of the rail workforce are 50 or over, and estimates some 75,000 people will leave the industry by 2030 through retirement or other forms of attrition. And this year is the 200th anniversary for the modern railway, which we as a country pioneered, and its future is crucial for growth and decarbonisation. So I would invite the Minister to encourage Skills England to work with the National Skills Academy for Rail and Great British Railways, which will have its headquarters in Derby, to address the skills shortages we face in rail. I'm really excited that under this government we are going to see a proper industrial strategy. And it's essential that we have the right skills and the right infrastructure to get the people and goods where they need to be. And I echo the calls of my honourable friend for Peterborough in asking ministers to set out how Skills England will work across departments and support our industrial strategy. And I urge all members across this House to support this bill, because I look forward to working with Skills England to ensure we have the skills we need, to ensure that we have opportunities for all, and to ensure that we keep our economy on track.
Serena Brackenridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I start with a fundamentally important point, and that is that education doesn't always have to happen in a classroom, and that's essentially what this bill is about. Under the last government, we saw a failure to tackle deep-rooted skills mismatches, a stubbornly high proportion of working-age people lacking essential skills, and a severe shortage of higher technical training. As a result, our workforce struggled to meet the demands of a technology-driven economy, while employers face persistent skills shortages. This bill, however, is different. It abolishes the outdated Institute for Apprenticeships and Technical Education and transfers its functions to Skills England. This is a monumental shift, one that creates a unified, agile and responsive skills system. Can the Minister assure us that this bill will underpin what good government is about, listening to the needs of businesses, workers and learners, that this bill will allow more people, young and old, to earn while they learn and develop skills which will serve them well for life, that by improving access to these opportunities up and down the country, we will drive growth, reduce youth unemployment and improve life chances for so many people. Wolverhampton, Willenhall and the Black Country has a proud tradition.
Will the member give way?
I certainly will.
Thank you very much. My honourable friend is eloquent in setting out the skills challenges of the Black Country. My constituency neighbours hers, and locally 40% of jobs need level 4 skills, but only 16% of people have those skills. That is the challenge we face locally. Would she agree with me that Skills England should be set up and based in an area of the country that desperately needs a skills upgrade like the Black Country?
And I absolutely welcome that intervention and absolutely support that wholeheartedly, because it's communities like ours that have felt and seen the decline that have been particular with our communities. And this government is laser focused in reversing that change to unlock talent, unlock opportunities and give our residents a better chance to get their futures back. In the past few weeks, I have been honoured to meet such impressive apprentices. From those at Wolverhampton Homes, ensuring residents' council housing is safe and well maintained, to Evie and Jake at Collins Aerospace, working on the future of flight and defence, and apprentices from Jaguar Land Rover, Halfords, BMW, Enterprise Mobility and Caterpillar. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've seen the consequences of a fragmented, outdated skills system. But now, with this bill, we have a bold, new direction that will empower workers, support businesses and drive economic growth across our country. This bill will support apprenticeships now and right through into the future. So I urge the House to support this bill.
Yeah. Adam Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased indeed to speak today in support of this bill unamended, which I believe is crucial to delivering growth and ensuring that we have a highly trained workforce fit for the future. As some in this chamber will know, my job prior to coming to this place was teaching degree-level apprenticeships in electromechanical engineering. And I saw there firsthand the transformative power of apprenticeships in delivering high-quality education while providing real-world experience. Like all apprenticeships, Madam Deputy Speaker, degree-level apprenticeships are a tripartite partnership between apprentice, university and employer, a model which has proven highly effective in this space. Our employers frequently reported back to us that apprentices were better prepared for their professional roles than their traditional degree counterparts, and degree-level apprenticeship programmes have widened participation, attracting more students from deprived backgrounds and more students with learning differences who may have struggled within the traditional universities system. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a Member of Parliament, I weave my background in education, in advanced manufacturing and in apprenticeships into everything I do in this role. I recently visited Webb's Furniture Training, who train apprentices in bespoke furniture manufacturing, a proper old-school artisan skill that they can carry with them and make a career from all of their lives. Long Eaton and Ilkeston, that I represent, the principal towns in my constituency, have a long and proud history of furniture manufacturing and lace making, respectively. Both towns are what they are today, firmly as products of the Industrial Revolution. And while the economy has changed since the Victorian era, bespoke furniture manufacturing done by highly skilled, irreplaceable artisans survives. IKEA, robots and giant factories in China can't replicate the product of the honed, learned artistry that remains the backbone of our British manufacturing industry. To survive now in this changing world, these are the kinds of skills that Britain must foster. These skills are an incredible means of spurring economic growth and resilience outside of London and the Greater South East, and indeed outside of the great cities of the North and the Midlands. Ilkeston and Long Eaton in my constituency are post-industrial towns in the East Midlands. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we get this right, we can protect and enhance their world-beating lace-making and furniture manufacturing industries long into the future. If we're going to build the 1.5 million homes that this government has promised in the next 5 years, and hopefully many more after that, if we're to build the new towns, the railway lines, the reservoirs, the prisons, all of the things that this country has so long failed to invest in, we will need the electricians, the carpenters, the joiners, the builders, the welders and the plumbers that apprenticeship providers are training across our country. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to present a case study about my good friend and colleague, Councillor Harry Atkinson. In Erewash, Harry was one of the many new young councillors elected when Labour took control of the Borough Council in 2023. Next year, he'll be Erewash's youngest ever mayor, aged 25 years old. Harry is also a highly skilled engineer. Leaving school at a time when about half of his cohort were going to university, Harry instead got an apprenticeship at Ratcliffe-on-Soar Power Station, which looms across the skyline of my constituency. Until last autumn was the last operational coal-fired power station in Britain. Harry has worked at Ratcliffe now for nearly a decade, and he's become so skilled, he's been promoted through to managerial level and is now a key troubleshooter when things go wrong. And while Ratcliffe is now in its decommissioning phase, Harry can be assured of his future, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is ample demand for his skills that he learned through his apprenticeship, both locally and across the country. Harry's story represents the power of an apprenticeship, the conversion of hard work into real skills, an assured career and good pay. It's these kind of jobs that we need to create for our young people, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's on us. It's on this government to build a future where this kind of apprenticeship success story is the norm, not the exception, and where an apprenticeship holds every bit as much value as a degree, is every bit as desirable for children and parents, and is every bit as much a cornerstone of our growing economy.
I call Alison Hume.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome this bill, which clearly demonstrates the government's ambitious commitment to training and apprenticeship. And I would like to concentrate my contribution on the role that Skills England will play in aligning apprenticeship opportunities with the needs of local economies. Madam Deputy Speaker, Scarborough and Whitby are indeed beautiful places to both live and to visit, but the levels of low-paid employment are not so appealing. According to the latest ONS figures, 26% of all jobs were paid below the real living wage in my constituency of Scarborough and Whitby. And on closer examination, the figures are even more alarming. For example, 52% of part-time jobs done by women were paid below the real living wage. The figure for England was 32%, and in Yorkshire and Humber, 35%. That disparity between the figures for Scarborough and Whitby and the surrounding region should make us pause when referring to local economies. Coastal communities can differ markedly from their hinterland. The work that Skills England does in assessing local needs and opportunities must anticipate what they could be in future as well as what they are now. For young people in my constituency, well-paid jobs and careers are the goal. And this is the crucial time for the green transition needed to reach net zero and create the urgently needed skills jobs in the renewable sectors. Scarborough is one of the closest harbours to the offshore wind farm sites in the North Sea, especially Hornsea 4, making it a prime location for transportation of equipment and personnel, as well as service vessels. And the government rightly sees the potential of the creative industries to create growth. And we know that young people from disadvantaged backgrounds or those who don't live in metropolitan areas are often denied these opportunities. In the past year, the Stephen Joseph Theatre in Scarborough has created 2 full-time trainee posts with partners Coventry University to deliver a degree course in acting and has a programme for young people pursuing a career in the performing arts. I want us to see us build on that to provide far more opportunities for talented young people in Scarborough and Whitby to train locally in the creative industries, and especially to bridge the skills gap in practical trades like lighting, sound and camera. As in so many areas, construction trainees are urgently needed now and will be in the future. And I'm excited to see the government is supporting a new development planned south of Houghton in Scarborough to start as soon as possible, which will provide 2,500 new homes. The people building those homes and infrastructure should be trained as far as possible locally, and I'm pleased to tell the House that the Construction Skills Village in Scarborough is already doing an incredible job providing training for construction apprentices. It currently has 140 apprentices on its books, providing training in plastering, carpentry, bricklaying and electrical work. They've also just run their first solar panel installation course. 60% of their learners come from an area amongst the most deprived in the country, and a high number have additional educational needs, yet the record of their apprentices exceeds national outcomes. I would ask the Minister to confirm that existing centres of excellence can be funded to provide more of what they're already doing so well. And in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I look forward to a future where organisations like the Construction Skills Village are part of the Government's plan to boost apprenticeships and build a better kind of local economy.
I call Amanda Hack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the introduction of this bill as a clear indication that we're giving apprenticeships the support and recognition they deserve. I started my professional career at the Training and Enterprise Council, the TEC, and once upon a time I used to sign off training contracts for apprenticeships. It was always a pleasure to speak to young people at the start of their future. So I know firsthand how needed this bill is for the FE sector, for employers and for young people. And it's incredibly exciting to have this back on the agenda. For the last 14 years, there's been simply no strategic direction. The partnership between Job Centre Plus, FE colleges, employers and the workforce has been slowly eroded. It's clear we need a reset. Those 1 in 8 young people currently not in training, education or employment need that reset, and apprenticeships are part of that agenda. The bill before the House today paves the way for the establishment of Skills England, giving it the tools to perform its new role, delivering on our commitment to assess and address existing skills gap and identify where training can be utilised for new growth. Since the apprenticeship levy was first introduced by those opposite in 2017, we've had a decline in the growth of training in all areas that we actually need it. The new growth and skills levy to be introduced will replace the old system and include a new foundation apprenticeship which gives young people a route to careers in critical sectors, enabling them to earn a wage whilst developing their skills. It will also allow funding for shorter apprenticeships, giving learners and employees greater flexibility over their training than under the existing system. I've honestly lost count of the amount of employers who've asked for changes to the apprenticeship levy, and under Labour we will deliver. We're clear about our strategy and we're clear that it has to be cross-departmental too. We're already opening Home Skills Hub to deliver fast-track training to apprentices so we can meet our target of 1.5 new homes being built. And it's clear that Labour has done this before and we will do it again. More than 2 decades ago, the regional development agencies understood the challenges in their regions and they funded training for sectors where there were skill shortages. And I was proud of that very small role I played in setting up a construction academy and to provide a boost to HGV driver training in partnership with leaders in FE, the private sector, local authorities, all funded by the East Midlands Development Agency. Madam Deputy Speaker, Stephenson's College in my constituency is a key organisation locally, serving my community. They have a strong role as an anchor organisation and we shouldn't forget that. They have fantastic facilities for learning and created an environment for young people to grow and to thrive. But it's not been easy. Like so many FE colleges, they've been put under huge financial pressure in recent years. We have to ensure our colleges are financially sustainable in the long term, and I welcome the regional additional fund for the sector whilst recognising there's so much more to do. There's also a role for Skills England to support constituencies in areas that yet don't have devolved powers. My constituency of North West Leicestershire does not have a devolution deal, but we have just as much potential to grow as everyone else. And key engagement with local authorities, the Chambers of Commerce, local employers as well as FE and HE sector will be key to delivering that growth. Within our approach, we must ensure we're putting a lot of thought in how regions can work together so we can move cross-boundary lines and you still met with the same funded and conditional support. We have that ambition to drive as a government to meet our targets, to go bigger and better than before and ensure our legislation carries that greater impact possible. I look forward to the continued conversations on the shaping of Skills England and for our young people to develop those skills that they need for the future.
Shadow Minister Neil O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by paying tribute to the work of Mr Speaker and the Deputy Speakers in driving up the number of apprenticeships in this House. It's not only creating brilliant opportunities, it's also setting a brilliant example, so I pay tribute to the work that you're doing. Now, we've heard some brilliant speeches today, not just from honourable friends on this side of the House, but also really important questions from the Chair of the Select Committee, the Chair of the APPG, and indeed the member for Ribble Valley, and indeed a really great speech from the Honourable Member for St Neots and Mid-Cambridgeshire. We don't always agree with the Liberal Democrats about everything, but a strength of the Liberal tradition is suspicion of centralisation, and this is what this is in front of us today. Now, we have three main concerns about this bill. First, there were good reasons why standard setting was put at arm's length and closer to employers. As we have heard from a number of sides of this House and in the Lords, this is centralisation, and alongside the other changes the government are making, it will risk directly damaging the status of these qualifications. Second, the government is doing several things that will make it less likely that business will take on apprentices. But rather than fixing these problems, the government is reorganising. Skills England will be the 13th skills body in 50 years. It is yet more reorganisation rather than a focus on the real issues, and it sounded from the Secretary of State's comments earlier on like there might be a further reorganisation later to boot. Third, we have real concerns that this reorganisation of the machinery of government will lead to harmful delays in addressing some of the most important strategic issues that we face, and those concerns are borne out by the government's own impact assessment. So as with the schools bill, this is highly centralising, and as with the schools bill, it doesn't address the real issues. Now, there are multiple things that we do need to address in the skills system, but I'm slightly baffled as to why the government is starting by creating a new agency within the DFE and abolishing IfATE. It's worth explaining how we got to IfATE in the first place. For decades, people said that they wanted to make apprenticeships more prestigious. And part of the answer to that was growing higher apprenticeships. The number of people on higher apprenticeships went up from just over 3,000 in 2010 to over 273,000 last year, a huge increase. And the member for Errorwash talked about how good those degree apprenticeships are. He's absolutely right. There's great routes into good jobs. In fact, the latest data shows that the median first-degree graduate earned $29,900 5 years after graduation, but a level 4 apprentice earned more. They earned $33,800 on average. But as well as creating and boosting those higher apprenticeships, the other big change was the shift from a frameworks-based approach to a standards-based approach. And the standards meant a shift to a higher quality. They're led by employers, they had longer duration of at least a year, they had more off-the-job training and rigorous final assessments. And that was much needed. In 2015, an Ofsted report found that even though some apprentices had been on the job for more than a year, they were not even aware that they were on an apprenticeship. Such was the problem of quality, and things were being funded that didn't ultimately benefit young people, but did allow employers to pay a lower wage, which is obviously concerning. So the creation of the apprenticeship levy was designed to give employers much more ownership of the skill system, and making IfATE independent of government was a big part of that, creating a proper employer-led system. I pay tribute to the work of IfATE. The Secretary of State didn't thank them for their work, but I will thank them. IfATE's created and maintained around 690 apprenticeships, supporting around 750,000 people on apprenticeships last year. It created 21 T-levels, 174 higher technical qualifications, and enabled employer leaders to set strategic direction for skills in their sector. Their website is an amazing resource. But now we see the government completely reversing the direction of policy. While we lengthened apprenticeships, they've cut the length of an apprenticeship to 8 months. While we grew higher apprenticeships, they are abolishing most Level 7 apprenticeships. And by abolishing IfATE and bringing it in-house at DFE, they're eroding independence and employer ownership. So why are the government suddenly moving in reverse direction? Well, there are two things the government are doing that will absolutely.
Does he not see that they're doing precisely that because this is what businesses are calling for?
Well, no, I was going to come on to what businesses are saying in 1 second. There are two things the government are doing that are going to be very bad for apprenticeship numbers. First, while apprentices are exempt from national insurance, the budget, particularly the £25 billion increase in national insurance, is cutting hiring and leading to job losses across the board. And what employers groups are saying about that is pretty damning. Be it the IOD, be it the Federation of Small Businesses, be it the CIPD, they are warning about serious job losses from this. And the tax increase and the damage it's doing is focused on exactly the type of jobs that apprentices might traditionally get. So apprenticeships are being hit by the backwash from the budget. And then second, the government are planning to move apprenticeships funding from apprenticeships to other areas. In opposition, the government talked about allowing employers to take 50% of their apprenticeship levy funds and spend them on other things. As the election drew nearer, that commitment seemed to be disappearing. On the 20th of November, the Parliamentary Under Secretary of State said that that commitment to the 50% was, and I quote, currently being reviewed. But then just weeks later, on the 9th of December, the Secretary of State said that the government was still committed to, and I quote, 50% flexibility for employers. And it would be interesting to hear from ministers whether that 50% still stands now. Given the levy funds 2.5 billion of spending, 50% of that is a lot of money to potentially move out of apprenticeships. You can argue that it is desirable, but other things equal, it will certainly cut funding for apprenticeships. And in fact, you might also be wary that it will undercut the purposes of the levy and have high deadweight. In fact, as the Institute for Fiscal Studies have pointed out, and I quote, "In principle, this could help employers to pay for other forms of training that they and their employees would find valuable. But the history of these wider training subsidies, such as the former Train to Gain programme, which is the programme under the last Labour government, suggests that the result is often that much of the spending goes on training that firms would have provided and paid for even without the subsidy. The apprenticeships levy, whatever its flaws, did at least attempt to address this problem of deadweight and discourage free riding by large firms so that firms who do invest in their workers don't lose out to those who don't. And since the levy was introduced in 2017, real term spending on apprenticeships and work-based training has increased in real terms by about a quarter, from 2 to 2.5 billion. Now, in a written answer to me, ministers have confirmed that the department does have a forecast for the number of apprenticeship starts, but they've also said that they won't publish it. And if it was published, sure, it would show that removing half of the funding potentially would lead to a substantial drop in the number of apprenticeships. Perhaps that's why we are not allowed to see it. And these same reasons are why the government is going back to shorter apprenticeships and away from the higher level, reducing quality and cutting length to try and offset the hit to numbers from other government policies. Now, I think there are bits of this agenda where we share the same goals. We all want to see more SMEs offering apprenticeships, more young people getting apprenticeships. Although on average twice as many people started apprenticeships each year under the last government as under the previous Labour government, we still wanted that to be much higher. Although we are interested in the same questions, we've got quite different ideas about how we address them. Part of the government's answer is to abolish the highest level apprenticeships to redistribute the money. The level 7 apprenticeships the government is axing currently account for just 9% of apprenticeship spending, but a lot of good things will potentially be lost by abolishing them. In fact, I've been contacted by firms who are worried about the abolition of the solicitor's apprenticeship, which is a great way into the law for people from less privileged backgrounds. One firm who are really worried about this, Bolt, Bird and Kemp, told me, and I quote, "This will really impact social mobility into sectors like law, accountancy and consulting. The traditional route into law is expensive and therefore, without the apprenticeship scheme, many would not be able to afford to do so. We also believe it will have a wider detrimental impact on the reputation of apprenticeships. And it's taken such a lot of effort to get that route going, and it would be a huge shame to lose it. And likewise, level 7 apprenticeships are opening up great jobs and really leadership roles in the public sector too. About 56,000 people started apprenticeships in the public sector last year. More than half of management apprenticeships at level 7 are in health and education. In fact, they were identified as having a key role in the NHS's own long-term workforce plan. So the public services will lose out, as well as ambitious apprentices. And because level 7 apprenticeships are actually quite a small part of funding, I am worried that the government will now go after level 6 apprenticeships, which is a much bigger share of spending. And a lot of employers are worried about this too. The Secretary of State sighs as I say this, and so presumably if they're going to sigh when we say this, the Minister, when she does get to her feet, will promise that they will not do to level 6 what they will to level 7. It sounds like ministers are going to be clear when they stand up, aren't they, that they're definitely not going to do that to level 6 apprenticeships. Now, the last government moved to make it more attractive for SMEs to take on younger people. From April, 16 to 21-year-olds have had 100% funding rather than requiring the 5% employer contribution. We need to build on that, cutting bureaucracy, make it easier and more attractive to take on young people. Building on that would be more sensible than reorganisation, centralisation and the defunding of higher apprenticeships. This bill abolishes IfATE and gives Secretary of State significant powers as a result, but says nothing at all about the new body Skills England, which is intended to be at the centre of the skills landscape under this government. And that's been a pretty unwelcome surprise to some in industry. In its briefing on the bill, the Construction Industry Training Board noted that this was, and I quote, "contrary to the previous characterisation of Skills England that was outlined in the King's Speech, contrary to the vision for Skills England to be an independent body established in law with a cross-governmental role." And the CITB make an important point, Madam Deputy Speaker. IfATE existed to serve all employers, public and private, and across every department. In contrast, Skills England will be a part of DfE. The CEO of Skills England will be a job share between two civil servants who are currently running post-16 skills at the DfE. I'm told by former ministers that they're good officials, but this is a re-centralisation into the department, as the chair of the Select Committee pointed out in the speech, and as the Liberal Democrat front bench pointed out in their speech as well. I didn't know who wanted me to give away.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. I've asked
some of his colleagues this question earlier. Under the previous government, the Standards and Testing Agency was set up in 2011. It was previously a non-departmental public body. Its predecessor was a non-departmental public body, just like IfATE. It became an executive agency. It sets statutory assessments for school pupils, and it develops professional skills tests for trainee teachers. It's very similar. The previous government did something very similar. Why was it okay then and not now?
Very important question. The Honourable Gentleman is tempting me to get into the history of apprenticeship regulation in England, which of course goes back to 1536. I won't detain the House and all the detail of these things, but suffice to say that was a move from one arm's length body to another, so it was different to this. But nonetheless, IfATE was better than either of those things, and that's why we ended up there. So the act of a further reorganisation, the very act of a further reorganisation, is likely to compound the effects of the budget and the decision to move apprenticeships money onto other things. Indeed, the government's own impact assessment states that there may be a drop in apprenticeship starts while IfATE's functions are transferred to the Secretary of State. It says, and I quote, this is the government's own words, the transfer of function from IfATE to the DfE could potentially cause a temporary slowdown in the growth rate of new apprenticeships and technical education courses due to the potential delays in the approvals process resulting from this bill. And it also says, this may disproportionately affect disadvantaged learners who rely more heavily on these pathways for career advancement. So there you have it, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government are moving money out of apprenticeships, and the government will also hit numbers through the budget. But instead of focused action to boost numbers for young people, the government's response has been to reduce quality, cut length and axe level 7 apprenticeships to try and prop up overall numbers. And now we have yet another reorganisation, one which takes us away from an independent employer-led system and will risk, in the government's own words, cutting apprenticeship numbers and hitting the most disadvantaged. Madam Deputy Speaker, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I call Minister Janet Davey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to close this debate on the Institute for Apprenticeships and Technical Education Bill. I'm grateful for the contributions of members across this House and for those excellent speeches that have been made. I welcome the points and questions raised, and I will go through as many as time allows. Now, as the Secretary of State said in her opening speech, skills are essential to our missions to drive economic growth and create opportunity. To achieve this, we need a skills system which is fit for the future. In every region, it should provide training options that lead to skilled work and provide businesses with the skilled workers they need to grow. I was very pleased to hear from members about the apprenticeships and vocational courses from their constituencies, which has led to jobs. And I'm quite sure also to say that I've heard mostly from most members that have also said there are significant challenges in our skills system. Acute skills shortages are a particular issue in some areas. Skills supply doesn't match demand and there is not enough business investment in skills. But to be clear, this is what this government has inherited from the previous Conservative government. We urgently need higher volumes of higher quality training that meets employer needs, particularly in key sectors. For example, we have already heard that there is an urgent need to build more homes in this country, but 1/3 of construction employers report finding suitable skilled staff as a key challenge. My honourable friend from Tipton and Westbury mentioned level 4 and 5 qualifications. In the UK, around 10% of adults hold a level 4 and 5 qualification as their highest qualification, compared, shockingly, 20% in Germany and 34% in Canada. We must, and this government will, do better. Skills England, which has been delivering in shadow form since last year, is our new national body for meeting skills needs. It will simplify the skills system now and in the future, combining new functions with improvements to existing ones with one dynamic body. In its first report, Driving Growth, Widening Opportunity, Skills England highlighted the critical skills gap currently facing this country. Across the UK, almost 1 in 10, or over 2.5 million roles, are in critical demand. The last Conservative government seemed content with this, but putting it simply, this government is not. And my honourable friend for Basingstoke stated so well that this is about what the bill will achieve for everyone. It is about growth. Skills England's initial assessment of skills challenges in the economy, together with the Invest 2035 Green Paper published last year and ahead of the forthcoming industrial strategy, set out how the in-demand occupations of today are also expected to grow in the future. And as noted by the Secretary of State, these growth-driving sectors, include life sciences, clean energy industries, digital and technologies, and creative industries. By addressing our skill needs, the UK has a real chance of being a world leader in these fields. But we must do this now. We must not delay. We must build a skills system that looks ahead. We must anticipate for the future. And as so eloquently put by my honourable friend for Rochester and Stewed and for Scarborough and Whitbury, Skills England will enable employers to fill our current skills gaps and those likely in the future. They excellently were able to recognise the need to anticipate for our future skills needs. Now, in responding directly to the points raised by the Right Honourable Member for East Hampshire and the Honourable Member for St Nokes and Mid-Cambridgeshire, users of apprenticeships, employers, providers and assessment organisations regularly complain about the time it takes to update standards and assessment plans. It will remain the default position that a group of persons prepares standards and assessment plans. Removing the requirement to use a group to prepare standards in every instance will speed up the process and reduce administrative burdens. In line with IfATE's current processes, all new standards and those that have undergone significant revision following review will, prior to being approved, be published online to give interested parties an opportunity for comment before. It will only be in the minority of cases where simply and straightforward changes are proposed that these will not be published online for comment prior to approval. But there will still be mechanisms for users of the system to challenge where a standard or assessment plan wasn't working in practice and needed revising.
I'm extremely grateful to the Honourable Lady, and I appreciate what she's saying about that publication. But will she in quick order, set out how that will be directed, either by the Secretary of State or by Skills England? Because we need to know not just the detail at the point of publication, but the structural needs in advance of that. So how will that be set out? In guidance? Statutory guidance, perhaps?
Yeah, I thank the Right Honourable Member for his contribution. And he's absolutely right. These things do need to be set out, and they will be set out. This bill is about transferring of the role of IfATE to the Secretary of State and allowing the delivery of Skills England. Skills England will work with key partners, including employers, training providers, mayoral strategic authorities and unions, to form a national picture of where skill gaps exist and how they can be addressed. It will ensure employers have the skills they need to drive economic growth while creating opportunities across the country and building a highly skilled workforce. Madam Deputy Speaker, during this debate, I've heard members question the need to close IfATE and establish Skills England. This government has committed to delivering for the skills sector, and we are listening to the needs of employers. This can be seen in our reform, growth and skills offer, but we must go further to address the fragmentation of our skills system so we can close the most persistent skills gaps. The bill paves the way for the full establishment of Skills England by enabling the new body to take on and build out from IfATE's work to shape apprenticeships and technical qualifications to meet the needs of employers and the economy as a whole. The scale and urgency of the skills challenge that we face means we are setting Skills England up to have a broader strategic purpose than IfATE. It will include, but stretch beyond, the work previously undertaken by IfATE. For example, Skills England will provide an ongoing, authoritative assessment of local regional and national skill needs, which is absolutely needed. It will combine the best statistical data with insights from employers and other key stakeholders, and it will use these insights to ensure the design of technical education and apprenticeships reflects the skill needs that have been identified so that we can truly build a workforce fit for the future. Labour markets and the skills required to increase productivity and economic growth vary considerably by region, and we have already heard from many members about the different types of skills that are needed in their regions already. Indeed, we have heard this, as I've stated already. Skills England will therefore also have a strong regional footprint, working closely with local skills systems so they can tap into the comprehensive suite of training offers that it will build across the country. Skills England will also ensure that skills sit at the heart of joined-up decision-making across government. It will work closely with the Industrial Strategy Council so that we have the skilled workforce needed to deliver a clear long-term plan for the future economy, and the Migration Advisory Committee, because growing the domestic skills pipeline will reduce our reliance on overseas workers. So while Skills England will have a broad and ambitious strategic remit, it will not be able to deliver the scale of change that we need to see without it taking on IfATE's important work. Transferring functions through the bill is therefore vital. The bill does not, however, just aim to transfer functions. It also includes a number of targeted changes intended to allow the system for designing and approving technical qualifications and apprenticeships to become more agile and responsive, which employers that we have been listening to have told us is crucial if we are to work together to plug skills gaps at a pace that is indeed required. This bill will provide greater flexibility when designing standards and apprenticeships plans. It makes processes easier to engage with, allowing experts to invest their time and expertise at the right point. Now, there is so much I would like to say in responding to the so many points made, and so I apologise now for not being able to respond to the so many excellent points and comments that have been made. But there are a few very pivotal bits that I also need to mention. The bill was amended in the House of Lords to delay the commencement of the bill by a year. Now, despite many members of the other place supporting the aims of Skills England, it is disappointing that the peers voted for a delay to its full establishment. This government is clear that employers need a fully functional Skills England now, and as I have already said, they cannot wait. Skill gaps in our economy are holding back growth and opportunity, and we need this bill to give Skills England some of the key tools it needs to tackle them without delay. And I cannot say that enough. Skills England is in shadow form, and it has already engaged widely with over 700 different partners representing thousands of individual organisations through roundtables, cross-section webinars and network events. This includes the Confederation of Business Industry, the Federation of Small Businesses and the Institute of Directors, as well as a range of employers and representative bodies from priority sectors including digital, life sciences, green, construction and healthcare. We will continue to listen to the voice of experts to shape what we do. And on that note, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Here. Order. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. Okay, no worries. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tellers for the ayes, Susan Murray and Zoe Franklin. Tellers for the noes, Martin McCluskey, Jen Kitching.
The ayes to the right, 70. The noes to the left, 312.
The ayes were 70, the noes were 312, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlocked. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tellers for the ayes, Martin McCluskey, Jen Kitchen. Tellers for the noes, Susan Murray, Zoe Franklin. Order.
Ayes to the right, 317. Noes to the left, 55.
The ayes were 317, the noes were 55, so the noes have it, the noes have it. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Just checking everybody's awake, thank you. It's been a long day, sorry. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Money resolution to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.